Hello. We're going to keep working on our stuff. We've been working on this financial tool here. I've probably spent a long time explaining it, kind of what it does, but it helps to clarify what we're doing. It's to explain it often, but it's a newsletter. And so we spend some time thinking about the marketing, thinking about whether this makes sense as when you look at competitors, like who we're targeting. The general idea of this thing is it's going to be a very customizable portfolio. Newsletter that will tell you stuff about your portfolio as well as give you data. Though we need to fix the chart rendering here, but it's going to ask questions, build the scripts with AI. It validates the scripts. So we kind of this little pipeline here. We create a lot of different questions, and then we build a lot of scripts, and then those scripts run against historical data, and then we build the charts to give people interesting results they can look at, and these questions will also be based on their portfolio, and it's going to be a mix of types of questions, valuation type questions, but also if we look at the homepage here, it's kind of like just general questions. But the part I'm excited about going forward with this is I kind of like the idea of, while you're reading this newsletter, we're going to remove this, but while we're reading this newsletter, you can very quickly highlight things or hover over things, right? And there'll be some sort of like ask a question, like send a chat thing. Don't know what term we're going to use yet. And it will bring you to a chat, and it will create, hey, the Keno, how's it going, man? It'll create a chat that you can then ask questions. You can create new charts. So there's more of a research part of this platform here. And then we built this portfolio section, which the idea behind this is it solves a little bit of a problem for people where if you have a lot of different brokerages, it can be just a little annoying to keep track of everything, like your statistics, how you're doing, your performance. So it's going to give you a lot of information, right? And then on this page, it's going to give you insights. So there's going to be, you scroll through it, and there'll be things under here that will tell you stuff about your portfolio, like new ideas. We already actually built that. It wasn't on another page, kind of like an AI analysis of your portfolio, but we did a redesign, and so we haven't put it on this page yet. But we were kind of going for more of a newspaper, like professional kind of look, and you can put in your philosophy. Like, we'll put a bunch of presets, but the idea behind this is to help understand. This is optional, right? But if you're trying to filter for ideas, you can put in some stuff. I'll show you what I would put in. Well, I'll grab it later. But the general idea is those insights will be tailored to you and your portfolio, and you could also highlight things on this page and jump to the chat. Chat will also have your portfolio, so it will know things about you. They can be like, hey, how am I doing? But we're very strict on the aspect of, give me, fix the text color there, advice. I don't think anyone would ask that directly, but the AI will not give you recommendations per se, but it will give you data and things to know. And I joined very quickly. Cool. I'm gonna quickly start up the Discord thing notification. Cool. Make sure that worked because I changed the... Nice. Oh. So we have quite a number of things to fix, I think, before we get into our new features and things. The charts are a little wacky still, and we're going to remove the intrigue score, and we'll also test this part. Actually, that's right. We weren't going to put the insights here. We're going to keep them on this. That's right. So I'll test that. Obviously, we do have our holdings, so this is not quite working. So let's start with those three things. Make a new one of these. On email, and we're going to redesign the look of the email to match the website. Portfolio insights aren't showing despite having portfolio input. Charts are not rendering. I think I know why. Let me check the theory on that one. I think for some reason I have to generate the tweets for the charts to show. Weird. And I guess we'll restyle the admin dashboard just for... No one can see it, but doesn't take too long. Nice, man. Yeah, let's build. And if you we can all kind of help each other too, There's probably a space here, who knows, maybe a year or two. Or maybe longer, I don't know. Where there's still gaps. It's kind of like, when smartphones just came out, right? You could build a kind of simple little app and make a little money. I like that now because much easier. Build. Let's see. Oh, so the chart's here yet. Let me refresh it. I guess I'll save it. Okay, so let me fix this because we already fixed this problem yesterday on some other endpoints, but we missed it here. This is because we're adding some permissions, so very important. People can't just break the site. We're getting this on the save charts. Fix it the same way we did on the other ones. So take a look at the create new conversation. And I attached the project. Now that's running. I'll maybe restyle the admin pages just because it's a separate change. Can we restyle the admin and admin insights page to be the same style as the rest of the website? See here. That's a simple one, so let's just do this real quick. Oh yeah, and let's restyle the email. So just clear. Also restyle the email to be in a similar style as the website. It should feel kind of like a newspaper. Similar to the like today brief. Also rename it to the today's brief. Make sure does anyone else call it a today's brief? Might be nice if it's just be us. Other. You can maybe finish the admin. Let's look here. Okay, cool. It does look nicer. Okay, let's see if that worked. So this is the button. Cool. I'm going to refresh it. Okay. Okay. I have some new ideas for charts. So what are the things we're measuring, right? Measuring win rate. And we're measuring return for the periods. Let's see what cart charts, and then the you could focus on 3 different things, right? You can focus, like, all of our charts are returns. But you could focus on this as the answer to a question, and then this as the answer to a question. See what SMX did? What's SMX? At another streamer. Oh, sorry, I missed your message, the Keno. This is real data. This is we are building scripts, and they get real answers. It's not hallucinated data, as it's validated. It's actually running code on the data. But yeah, so the new charts. Yeah, probably close this. This will be our master notes. And then we'll have a daily notes that eventually merges with the master note. Okay, that's okay. Okay, so we should see the intrigue score gone everywhere. If I reload, maybe. Okay. I wonder if it's got stuck. Yes, it did. It's a stock ticker. I guess I'll look. You have my curiosity. Provides brand protection, authentication, track, trace, and counterfeit. They get some government deal or something? Cool. But yeah, maybe part of this is you can put in a ticker and you get some maybe news. Because right now we're just doing news based on your portfolio, right? That maybe someone wants to also just look it up here. That there's no, like, you know, they can obviously do that on other platforms, so I don't really know what we would offer that would be different, but hold on. I'm just gonna attach the file because it is looking for a long time. I don't really know why. Let's just go through the app. Well, we'll keep on the back end computing it because it doesn't hurt, I guess. We were having a few things, I remember yesterday with the chart. Right, I remember. Also, I just started running some statistics on another site because I looked at the signups on the Jaylen.ai site, and there were some signups actually fairly regularly. So even this summer, I don't even know how they found the site. So that kind of makes me think maybe I should work on it. But I'm gonna wait till I see that there's the statistics, because I actually didn't set up statistics on it, fortunately. It looks like there's only one view, so not much going on there. Okay, cool. The intrigue score is gone. The graphs are working, sort of. And we figured out that it only renders when we regenerate the tweets and resave the graphs. Refresh, resave. Okay, we did this. I'm gonna take a look. We already checked the admin one. Yeah, that looks kind of nice. Okay. Like maybe see if it works on the new tab. Yeah, I bet it could be an auth. Yeah, it's this problem again. Just fix it there too. I'll put it in the same area. Yeah, here. We're getting this on the generate charts and the admin insights page. So probably just the same problem. We're getting this on the generate charts and the admin insights page, so probably just the same problem. I don't know how to code any of this, but I've tracked the biggest intraday gainer in the market. Nice. We're trying to analyze the data. If you want to build it, I would recommend probably just Y Finance, and you'd maybe ask, hey, you know, I want to build a tool that gives me the largest intraday gainer for today. And give me, it depends what you want, right? If you want statistics about that one in particular, or if you want statistics on just intraday gainers in general. So, you know, just kind of depending on what you want, but I would just download, you know, Gravity or something, chat a bit with it, and tell it to use Y Finance, because you can get historical data with that. So, yeah, I think that create a little tool. Like, for example, yesterday we made this little tool. It didn't take us too long, you know. I just so now if you notice, my videos will have these chapters, so you can find not the takes 24 hours to process, but after that it'll have these things, and it just auto updates and adds these. So you can build tools like this pretty quickly. You don't need to be a programmer. You know, deploying it's another thing, right? You kind of have to learn a little bit, but if you're just like building something for yourself, this is the same problem, so that should work. I'm gonna go ahead and cross that out. I think we did this. Oh, did we actually redesign? I think we did redesign the email. So let's go ahead and send one and check it out. I'm going to... it's in my preferences still, I think. We might have removed the button for sending the emails, unless I moved it over here. Yeah, I think I'll just ask it to add that back just in the debug. We can just put them all in the same place, I guess, just in the down at the bottom. Can you add back the send email button on the admin tools on the bottom of the today's brief? Always send it to, because right now we're still in the testing phase, so always send the email to the market at prismdatafeed.com, so just the admin. Definitely old school. I just import. Yeah, I use Excel too. You know, I realized yesterday I spent a long time, I mean, this year, you know, even though I realize I spent a long time like building all this stuff, like it like tracks my portfolio across my stuff, my Sharp ratio and everything, but like it actually took way less time to do this. So I could have just, I thought that was funny yesterday. I could have just made this little thing and just added it in and it would do that for me and auto update. Excel auto updates too with the price, but yeah. But Excel's pretty cool as well. It's like, it's kind of like programming. Okay, I think it fixed the... Fix this thing, let's see. Nice. Good. This one's actually... When does it historically begin? Wait, can I answer this question with the chart? So this is not quite right. So we'll modify our patterns because you can't really answer this with a chart, I think, or at least not the charts that we have so far. I don't really know what chart you would need to answer when. Yeah, I think it's nice to have the, well, I mean, especially now that the rate limit's really nice. I mean, it's free, so really beat free. Figure out what chart we need to answer this question, this type of question. This doesn't really make a lot of sense, this one. What about this one? Did this make sense? Yeah. So we should also just put the win rate, but we also put the volatility there. There's volatility. Might be good to know. How's Cloud Opus and Anti-Gravity? Hey, Babao, how's it going? Cloud Opus is, I mostly just use Cloud Opus on the Cloud Code. But yeah, I imagine it's, you know, same sort of stuff, probably works. So let's see if it made the button, so that way we can test the email and see, because it redesigned the email. We can see what that looks like. Yes. Okay, I imagine this is a permissions thing, because we changed the permissions on all of this stuff. Is it here? Okay. Kind of weird. Okay, yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, exactly. So that's another one of these permission things. So take a look and make sure we add it for the admin. Are you optimistic about it? Optimistic about Anti-Gravity? Yeah, I'm very optimistic on Google. I think Google is, you know, really vertically integrated because they got their own chips. They're much more efficient at matrix multiplication. So it's hard to beat that, right? They have, and no one has those chips. And what they're going to do is just bleed everyone dry. So that we're probably going to get a lot of free credits for a while. Everyone else is going to lose a ton of money. I don't know. Kind of makes sense to me. Google comes out. But yeah, take advantage of the free credits. I just read it real quick. I think it probably did. Oh, did it change the name of the... Oh, okay, that's fine. We already have a sent email endpoint, so maybe it was renamed at one point, but just go ahead and make it the endpoint that already exists. Okay, I guess we'll wait for that one. Let's go ahead and... add volatility and all of the, whenever we have these conclusions here, just talk a little bit about that too. Do it in this one. So whenever we're doing these analysis, we're currently always talking about win rate and performance, but we should also include volatility in the first check. Do we actually have this information available in our scripts? Are we making sure to always calculate the average there, average volatility of each time frame? Make sure we have that available. And let's just ideate first, no code. Cool. So yeah, it's just changing. It should be very simple for the email part. Yeah, let me know, guys, if I should maybe make the text a little bigger. I probably should. Probably not so easy to view. Fine, let me see. How do you connect to API? So that's the thing. API, Anti-gravity won't even take your money yet. It's funny. So you can't even enter it. I tried when I got rate limited one time. They will at some point, I'm sure. Just not at the moment. V1, can't like, yeah. Far for me, plus I notice that you lose mental. Yeah, for sure. I'd say, depending on the size of your code base, there's obviously still value in knowing where things are. You can attach the right stuff. Because you send too much context, or it has to find, if you're working with the Chromium browser, it's like 27 gigabytes of info. Yeah, it's like you have to attach just what very targeted, surgical change. So it kind of scales with size. So yeah, you're right. I mean, you kind of have to keep mental track of the code. My code base is the only one that's well, these two are pretty big, but not. But they do follow the same principles. It's just like you have to attach the specific code. Test the email. Okay, it looks like it's sending the email. I think it took a while because it sent it to 4 people. I want to check what it looks like now with the redesign. Okay, it's kind of generic looking. So this is customizable, right? The one thing that's kind of weird about this, though, is the charts aren't the same. Let's see what happened there. Okay, so I'm noticing, yeah, a pattern of each place where we're doing these generating charts, sometimes we're getting different results, so we need to streamline it in one place. So they're all going to the same area to get the charts. So the today's brief analysis. once a day should be source of truth or charts. The admin page panel plus email should be getting the charts that are saved already. Can you understand? I'm not going to put it here though. The other one. All right. So good. It's already, this volatility part is already calculated. It's just not being displayed. Yeah, let's display it. Yeah, so when we actually get our final analysis on the conclusion, can we pass that in to the LLM as well? Or are we calculating it in time to do that? Just make sure we can do that in the flow. No code yet. There's one thing I wanted to do. If any of you guys have older projects, there's apparently some security thing with one of the Next.js versions. So I'm going to go ahead and update this. I already did, but I got an error. That must have been some sort of problem when updating the right sort of package, maybe not compatible. I'll just ask AI to understand. So is this a package? We upgraded the AFK.ai Next.js version. What's going on here? When I tried to deploy it. Need to get back. Jazz tucks you in. Nice. I like the jazz too. Whenever it gets super intense, I'm like harder to think, I think. Creating a website project to generate ideas. That's cloud. Yeah, I guess it depends how much you're generating. Maybe you could just generate like 5 free ideas. I think it kind of makes sense if you can cut, like if you made that site, and if I could just give it like a doc of like type of ideas that I'm interested in, maybe you can kind of narrow it down a little bit. Or maybe like you can like put in context like, okay, I have these domains. What makes sense? Not really sure. I know there's some sites for like, it's like a prompt list, good prompts, like leaderboard. For example, one prompt I noticed that's like really good, like whenever I'm stuck, is the, I just say take a drastic approach. It tends to be a little more creative. I'm sure there's lots of things like that you can say. Probably a lot of weird things that like who would have thought that would work. About API, not requests, a token burn. Yeah, the APIs are pretty brutal. I'm using, I had to change the model for what we're doing here, because it was like, just me using it was like $20 in a day. So using the Flash. Yeah, just gotta, so this should be pretty easy. Upgrade another package. Let's take a look. Oh, it does actually. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna cross that out because it's already does it apparently. But at the very least, let's put in the admin insights so we can. Okay, cool. So can you put in the admin insights page though, so that way the admins can see what the stats are? Like it should include that average volatility, etc. I'll give you control of the model parameters. Yeah, you never know, right? It's sort of a black box. You can kind of tell, I guess, if it's significant performance difference. What do you guys think of this email? I think it's a little generic. Like, I'm not sure it totally matches the style, especially the colors. I think I'm kind of going with like a coffee latte color. Can you redesign the style of the email? Think kind of like more latte colors, sort of like chill, no bright colors. It should feel like a feels like a newspaper. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with the blue, definitely. Also, obviously the charts will style the charts a lot differently. And right below here, well, right below the headlines will be your portfolio insights, which we'll fix after. So do that. We already have the code for this. It's just you gotta hook it up. So I'll do that over here maybe. Okay, yeah, so I added the stats. I'll just double check that. Okay, great. See, now we have the full stats. Now we have the volatility. Average. In fact, I copy whatever font, WSJ. Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. Do they send emails? I think they obviously do, right? Yeah. Something like that. Looks like nice to read. No bright colors. We'll see. Maybe not even a lot. A latte color is kind of also a little quite the vibe. We'll see. Good idea. Okay, so I'm gonna push this change with just fixing that version thing. No, let's see. Well, I guess we can hear what a Sigma song. Okay, gotta go back to this doc, remember. Right, we just redesigned the email, let's send it again. I'll make sure it didn't get stuck. Oh, it's actually still gone. Okay, so we'll do a different thing. I guess we did this, so I'll just cross that out. Right, so we'll do that next, because, and we'll also include that on the email. So we already have this this programmed on the backend. So find the points, the endpoints that you need for that, and just design a UI that makes sense. If you haven't already. If the reason it's currently not generating on today's brief because we need to fill out the knowledge assessment and philosophy, just know that we don't need to do that. So remove that logic just to show portfolio insights. It should be a basic version, but it's optional, right? So if they enter those additional things, we will pass it in and generate something a little different. Yeah, sure, man. This together. I'll make sure that deployed so we will be safe. Here it is. Oh yeah, cool. So we're good there. Okay, sure. I think before I do, because that's kind of a big change, right? Where you do a big change. So restyle plus insights plus, that's basically it. I don't have working code. Yeah, definitely. This process reduces mental load a little bit. You can do it for longer, I think. Kind of hard to code more than 4 hours a day, like legit, you know, my opinion. Just vanilla. Get tired. Oh, it probably finished the redesign of the email. Let's check that out. Yep, so I'll send it again. Let's see, I think I do have someone added to the email list that I'm not going to spam, so I'm going to remove them. Real quick. Like, your service sucks, man. You just sent me 1,000 emails. Yeah. Also, like, it's hard to multitask. And basically just work on one thing. Coding, like, can't really switch between projects unless you're like, you have a very big brain. Oh, that looks kind of cool. Check this out. I kind of dig it, actually. They even changed the chart color. I think it's pretty unique. Like, I don't think. I like that matches the style that we have here. Maybe a little more white, but other than that, I think it's good. I'm keeping. I'm not gonna commit this though, cause I think it's still working on the big change. So I'm gonna wait till that part finishes. Yeah. Hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, definitely. Definitely, I think it looks better. So let's just check this. I think it works, but I'll make sure. So if I just send this, it shouldn't send those and send those graphs. Looks like it's blanked out for some reason. Okay, interesting. So I'm gonna ask it to remove whatever logic is there for that. So whenever I change my customization, the send email debug button is blanked out. So people should be able to customize what they're getting in their emails. This is on the today's brief page. You should make money for the project creating ideas. Sure, yes. You got to figure out what people. Okay, the only problem though with targeting developers is that's the most likely audience to just build it themselves. Like, yeah. So the tool would have to be really quite. The developer would have to be like, I'm willing to pay because it will take me more in credits or something to build. Or in time, obviously. I mean, that's the one thing you have on your side. It's like that developer time can be expensive. Dev uploads, PRD and brief. Plan. Task list details. Yeah, I think the marketing plan would be kind of cool. Like, kind of like what we did yesterday. We spent a long time doing that, like, analysis of, like, what's out there. How would we go about getting eyeballs on this? Like, if there was maybe something where I didn't need to somehow sped up what we were doing. Oh, I guess it's also the knowledge of how to do that. You kind of have to learn. That maybe could be something. Okay, so it says it fixed it. Let's go ahead and try it out. So if I save this, should remove the graphs. Looks like the button is blanked out. Oh, I have to, when doing regenerate. I guess we can just try that. Regenerate. No, I did not want to recreate it though. So it looks like, so first of all, I don't think we need the regenerate button because we already have a refresh top, the debug refresh. Second, the send email still blanked out. When you deselect the, like anything on the email preferences. I noticed that was much faster, so I think one thing it did is it actually didn't generate the questions at all if you deselected this. I wonder what that's going to do if I add it back. Interesting. Because it did. Never mind. So it's not using the chart headline. That's another thing. We already have that in there. It just didn't choose it. I think I know why. Hold on. Time is money, $4.99. That's true. Yeah, definitely. You just save people money. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, someone's building that tool. Bridgemine is building that tool for creating the reels. Like, I can build that. It's just gonna take me some hours to create the reels. I don't really want to. So if it's cheap enough, I'll definitely pay to do that from the long streams. Okay, yeah, so that's what's going on here. Because your manual task list. Yeah. Dude, I just hate the I have grown very allergic to the agile model and like all those like epic stories that I have gone the opposite direction. You have to like estimate and put points and all this stuff. Don't want. I see what's going on. Okay. Let's just go ahead and fix some of these problems because okay, add back the regenerate button because apparently that was removed at some point, so we actually do need that. Yeah. A lot of estimation. A lot of meetings about estimation. Hour-long meetings. That's okay. I get it. It's kind of just as it gets bigger, organization, you kind of got to do it. It's not my favorite activity. Okay, so while we're waiting for that to just add back the button, I already did it. Okay. We're going to do two things. I want to add the fix the portfolio so it shows up here, these insights. And then also, before I do those two things, I'm just going to commit because I like the changes to the email. There are good PMs, but they tend to be the ones that like really focus on making developer lives better, I think. So granted, I'm totally biased, right? Because I only see one half of what PMs are doing. So there are definitely some PMs that I'm like, what are we doing? Really? So this problem I'm going to start with first, but the root is this problem. But I'm going to start with this. So the initial market analysis should create that chart headline and description. The same way if you look at the tweet contents, the way that one's doing. We have a coupling problem, like you gotta, everything that the tweet regen is using should be already present in the initial market analysis. So take a look at the tweet generate on the admin page and make sure that the contents of that, everything but the actual tweet themselves exist in the daily analysis. So because we need that to create the charts. Yeah, for sure. My girlfriend's a PM, so I can't be too critical. There are good PMs though. And you can tell. It's a necessary thing, right? It's kind of like oiling the machine. Okay, well, it does that. So the portfolio insights part of today's brief isn't loading, even though I entered some positions. So try to understand that flow and try to identify where the blocker is. I'm using knowledge. I'm using words now. Yes, exactly. He doesn't really like it either, though. Not really a fan of meetings, so I'm not sure that that's... But, yeah. It's a job. did not update cloud code. Oh yeah, I probably should. Let me look up what they did or anything. Yeah, I think I already, I'm definitely on this one, right? So the agent. Cool. Seems like a small thing. Okay, let's see if it's there. Earning no portfolio. So they put it in the console. So go ahead and check that out. I don't see any of those. So it's not hitting any of these, so just tell it that. So it's not hitting any of those. However, we do have an error here. Not sure if it's related. Oh, it looks like it's another permissions error. Okay, cool. So that'll be pretty easy. Would not be surprised. Oh, here it is. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's right here. So that'll. So fix this the same way we fix the others. So look at the create chat. It's just need to add the right headers, etc. Just take a look. Okay, so it did change kind of a fundamental part. Let's go ahead and test all of that. I'm going to start with the tweets. I'll probably delete this data just so we know for sure that this is working. If you want to, I'll sign up for Droid.ai. Sure. I'd say sign me up if it's like really good. But like if you found it really helped you, I'm down to try it. Okay, so it did generate, but let me just go ahead and delete this just to make sure. I mean, maybe you could have a service, because it seems like a lot of services you build a dashboard where you're trying to market your stuff, kind of like what we're doing here. And you could build a service that like takes in someone's website and builds a little admin page where they can execute their marketing plan, like tweeting a bunch of stuff. Sure, sounds good. Okay, cool. Nice. Oh, it started to load. Something happened. Oh, user not found. Let me think, why would that be? I'm gonna make sure it's in Firebase. It should be our stuff. Maybe we're not storing the actual portfolio. Oh yeah, it doesn't look like, I don't see the portfolio. Okay. Where's it storing it then? Because it actually saved it. I will ask where the... Well, sometimes you have to reload. It's interesting. So can you look? I don't see the portfolio. Oh, I found it. It was in another collection. Oh yeah, it's here. So we are storing the user in Firestore, but for some reason it's not finding the user. Can you take a look at this? I'm attaching the errors. This is specifically for that portfolio analysis. I guess I can look real quick at the ID it's using. Fetching for this user. Yeah, that's the right ID. So that's it was the right user ID. So something else happening in the flow there. Basically what it should do is it should load in the portfolio holdings, and we should be using our, look in the backend, we already have a bunch of endpoints for analyzing users' portfolio. So it should be using those endpoints. I think we can cross this out. We'll come back to the email later, but I think it's pretty good. We'll make sure to include that in the email. The whole service, whereas portfolio analysis should be once per day for each user, right? Because you have a personalized section. This would be like the premium feature. Maybe we do a few of them. We still have to test that. Not found? Interesting. I guess it didn't run it, just saying for me to do it. That's probably just missing the, I'll just send it a screenshot of the collection because it must be not understanding the structure. Right, it doesn't even need a screenshot, it's just put it how it is. Okay, definitely remove this. It's not a predictive score. What's the name of that? Can we change the name? It's not a predictive score. Let's just call it, we can just do that ourselves, actually. I'll be that lazy. Us. I don't even think we should include it, really. I want to rename this to something else, would make sense. It's not predictive, right? It's just sort of like I'm trying to understand like how statistically interesting this data is. Let's see here. Okay, I think I see what's going on, potentially. Yeah, I think, okay, what I'm going to do is this. So this still didn't work, but what I'm thinking is, so if you look at the portfolio page, when we load in the portfolio, it's obviously able to find the user and their holdings. So analyze how it did that and do something, basically understand the flow of that and look at the flow that we're currently doing and trying to see what the difference is. I think I'm first to figure out this part, because it is kind of confusing to me. Look at the portfolio chart. So we're trying to figure out what to do exactly with this cost basis stuff. How should this reflect in the graph? What makes sense? Just ideate first, no code. Can you interrupt it? Does it actually send? I'm gonna try that. Is that what you should be doing, though? I mean, we got to make sure that they're... I don't think you should... Well, you're just depending on the email matching fallback. I don't think that makes sense for the auth verification. So please reevaluate that. Because people can just send email. And I'll just be auth, so that's not very good. But you gotta be a little careful. Maybe put in the cloud rules or something. I will not accept for security. Oh, it's loading. I might actually be working. It should be, because it has to actually generate the insights. Let me check. Yeah, it is. Cool. Yep. Cool. So it should maybe load. That'd be cool. Oh. Well, part of the problem is it's still generating code, I think. Yeah, so if it generates code, it resets. We gotta wait. Yeah, so let's read this. I'm interested to try to figure out what we're doing. There's no purchase date. What do we got there? Yes. It is a little misleading. Sure, that kind of makes sense. Option 3. Okay, but so what you're thinking maybe is like option 3, but then if they do enter the purchase date, you change the graph, right? You probably wouldn't. Probably it would be a little misleading if you don't change the graph. Okay, let's see what they did here. Store the Firebase user documents. No, it's doing this thing. Okay, please destroy this idea of legacy users. We can just drop the database. So please don't have any legacy things. So just make it very clean, and we'll just delete the database and start over. So there's only one user. It tries to have this idea of like, makes sense if we already have users, but we don't want to have a bunch of garbage. Cool. I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'm trying to limit my coffee like every 2 hours. So. Cool, cool. So now we just got to delete the old database of users. Oh, let me log in again here. Okay. So now let's go ahead. Our holdings should be gone. Good. Add a few things. That appears to be a little glitch there. Gotta reload, I think. Oh. Oh, I think I know why. Oh. Okay. Not ideal. I'll just put that here. Sometimes position keeps... maybe it's right when you have a new account. Add a new position. That's maybe the scenario. That's probably like creating the... about that. Anyways, so it's loading the portfolio. Let's see if that works. It should maybe now. That's loading some insights. We will see how it looks. Because last time we looked at it, it was that other page. We should probably include performance of the market too. Right now we have a general thing, but people want to know what happened. Oh, cool. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I think the tone of this is a little off, but it's close. Like, you know, it's just kind of giving you some data, some ideas, not telling you what to do. So obviously, if the news doesn't affect my holdings or the holdings, it should be probably just shouldn't be here, right? I'm pretty happy with that. That's kind of cool. And it does save it. That's good. Where does it save it? Let me make sure it's saving it in the DB. I don't see it, so I think it must be saving it locally. We do not want. So right now it looks like these portfolio insights, is it saving it locally? We would want to save it on their profile, their insights in another collection. And it should be stored every yeah, we'll have every single one stored, so by date. Also, let's do the same, you know, let's we're going to start, instead of storing the daily market analysis locally, because this was just for testing, we're going to move it into its own collection. This is going to be for all users, right? We're going to have two sections. One is the our daily analysis, which kind of just applies to everyone, and there's kind of like some macroeconomic data that we're doing here, these questions. So that's going to be stored once per day, and it's going to not overwrite the previous. We're going to store it each one, so we have a history, so people can go back and look at the old ones. Likewise, so the portfolio insights should be stored once per day per user. So that's the difference, per user. And it's going to be stored in the user's collection, their personalized insights. There's another collection called insights. So that's how it should work. We're going, make this very clean. We're not going to migrate anything. We're going to delete everything because we're designing how this works now, because before we were just testing. So go ahead and implement this. Since this is kind of a big change, I'm going to commit everything because we made a bit of progress on stuff. We're gonna get the shakers. Oh, and another thing. So we have our email, right? Let's not even do anything. This is our email. Let's make it so the charts are the same. I kind of like this color over our blue and kind of default looking thing. I'm gonna ask it to make those changes to the chart colors. Okay, I'm gonna read this first actually, because starts with their entry point. I think that makes sense. Well, that's one way, yeah. But then you have to force them to enter all of their purchase dates. Maybe we should just add like a little thing saying without a purchase date, it's sort of like an estimate of your performance. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's do it like that. We should add some sort of, create a document, like a plan, graph plan.txt, and we're going to do, if they don't enter the purchase price, going to be like an asset price history. And we'll put some sort of disclaimer somewhere, or some way to notify the user, hey, to get a performance history graph, you have to enter the purchase dates of the things. Right now it's just an estimation, so just create that document there. All right, and then another one, we're going to change the graph colors. So I want to change the graph colors on that today's brief homepage to be similar to the email. So kind of like this like coffee color thing. We kind of want to move away from this the default colors. So do that on all the graphs. And these should be chill, right? The tone should not be imagine you get an email every day. Your portfolio sucks. Might be true, but it's more about just information. New information. The part that I'm excited about, though, is I think after we're going to implement the that highlights hover / whatever you want to call it, that will bring you to the chat where you can talk about your portfolio and chat with the data. Oh, it must be, why is it creating a new one? Oh, I see why it's creating a new one. Because we're changing the way it's stored, but I don't want to yet because it's not done coding. I'm going to go ahead and exit. You set up the color scheme. It's supposed to. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. We should have a theme document so they can understand the colors that we're using. I don't really like this song. Hold on, it's kind of weird. Oh, I know why this is bad. Yeah, these are all V5. These the kind of cool ones that are less chill. Use V4 for the lo-fi, and it's pretty good. I mean, this one isn't good, but. Created new endpoints. This will be interesting to see if this works. This is a pretty big change. So we're going to need to let it run a little bit. Let me see if it stored that last one. Should have. Nice. Yeah, looks good. Oh, cool. And it actually generated way more than what it's saying here. So like what it says here is just like a small, like I'll show you guys. A lot of stuff we could do. And there's things to see new investment ideas. It's kind of like a general idea of like following your investment philosophy and sort of what you're interested in looking at. It'll give you some ideas. So we can plug all this into somewhere. Portfolio themes. It'll create one per day for each user. Is music beneficial? I like music. Whether it's beneficial, I don't know. Definitely like music like this, I'm not really feeling a lot of times. Like usually it's just like chill piano stuff. I think probably... Okay, so change the colors. That looks a bit better. I wonder why this chart's unavailable. Who knows why that chart is not good, or why it's not shown, but this looks a bit better. Okay, let me see if it's stored the... Nice. So now we have our daily insight. Or daily brief. This is stored for all users. This is like the data that collected from the scripts. Motown. Listen to some Motown. Actually, we can't. Copyright. So, okay, what about the scenario where they have a mixed bag, like they're adding purchase dates on some, not on others? How should we handle that scenario? Show performance for holdings that have dates, exclude undated ones, but keep them in total value stats. Are there any other sites like this? Do they do it this way, where you have to add the purchase date? It just seems like I would like to avoid the friction, but the problem is the graph is just kind of confusing if they don't add the purchase dates. I mean, that's a huge hassle for the user, right? Sure. I'm going to make sure we're not hitting the Y finance. Oh, that's another thing. It's not really an API, right? 2,000 requests an hour. So once we actually deploy it, what are we going to use? That's the question. When we actually deploy our data feed and our brief, what should we migrate to, and what are the costs of the different options? Roughly how many users could we expect to support with Y Finance in theory if we use it? Probably only like 10, right? 50? Oh, and legal. Right, true. Oh, that's not bad. Can you list, oh, I think someone here mentioned the Polygon, so check it out. Hey, can you list what all data is provided for each of these? Hey, Sydney, I'll show you. It's kind of like we're going to change the style of this, but it's something that it's like a customizable financial newsletter. Gives you data, but the important part about it is you can customize what you're getting. You get like headlines, portfolio analysis, and then you can go in, like hover over stuff and then ask questions. So it'll bring you to a research tab where you can like start to chat about it, learn about it. It doesn't give you recommendations, but it's sort of a way to just kind of ideate and think about what you want to do. You get the news. It's like get the news, you research about it. You can look at your portfolio. So you enter your positions on all your brokerages. Eventually we'll maybe connect it, but I think for now, just keep it, it's not too hard to connect, but I'd probably not focus on it at the moment. Check out Theta data as well. Wolfram data as well. Yeah, I will check out all of those. Before we deploy it, we will switch, not use Y Finance. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's looking better at the beginning. You know, always when you start, it's gonna look. I get an idea of what you want to make. So let's list our requirements. So requirements. Of all tickers, international, it's national. What else are we relying on? I'm pretty sure some of this data, because we are calling Y finance a lot, sometimes working, sometimes not. So once we get that going, we don't really need any SEC filings or anything. At least not yet, unless we... Wait, well, that could actually be interesting if we just get data from earnings call transcripts and maybe include it in our portfolio insights section. Be kind of useful. Because there's a lot of things like people just say, you scrape the relevant industries and get the what they said in the earnings calls, maybe something related to your position in another company. Oh, the real-time quotes. Doesn't have to be real-time. I mean, time quote, but 15-minute delay is acceptable. Because I think that's when you pay, is for the real-time stuff. Like a considerable amount. Not sure, though. All right, and also consider theta data. Haven't heard of that. Analyst estimates. Cool. Does give the cost and recommendations for our requirements. Oh, we're using the fast. So let's change the styling of this. So I'll show you guys, we have a lot of stuff that we can choose from as far as what we're choosing to show as an overview for those insights. Let me show you. Let's maybe just look through real quick ourselves and decide what makes sense. The recommendations thing, we'll probably rename. It's not really recommendation. Oh, maybe this is another thing people can customize, right? Like which part of the AI insights they get. But I do think I'm going to ask it to change the tone a little bit. Create a little doc about how we want these insights generally to be. They're not really recommendations, just it wants to give you information. I'm going to do that. I'll read this real quick, because we asked a question about the graph, because we want to make it make sense. For some reason it found a lot of crypto coins. I'll make this a doc. So can you make this a doc competitor graphs txt? Not really competitors, but anyways. So we'll do this over here. We want to change the tone of the AI portfolio analysis. So in the prompts, here's our general idea of what we're doing here. We're not really making recommendations, more so giving information. And it should be a pretty, we're not going to tell the user, hey, your portfolio is bad, like it's too concentrated, et cetera, right? It's more like, think of it as like more like a very neutral tone towards their portfolio, because maybe they have a reason for what they're doing, right? Even if it kind of goes against what they said, you say it in a way that makes sense. And then also in the colors, don't include like really red. This is supposed to be kind of like a newspaper, kind of those kind of colors. So in the risks, kind of make it, again, sort of like the rest of the colors than the theme on the page. Commit, that's a lot of stuff. Interesting. 100 years of historical data is extremely rare. It's interesting I get it with the Y-Finance. Well, one thing we could do is just download it online, right? And then we just have it locally available. The data that we need that isn't available via APIs. Kind of like what we actually are already kind of doing that. We're just doing that for the valuation part. So we have this is 100-year data, which is valuation. To get 100-year price data, probably would just focus on, just a few select tickers. This we can see. Maybe we could find an API that has it for all tickers. Nice. I suppose international is not like a strict requirement. I know ticker.com, they charge for international usage, so we could just do the same because it is more expensive, I think. Find that information. Or I mean to APIs. So we get the 100-year US data. I see. Okay. Oh, I see. You were talking about... Oh, I see. You weren't talking about a service. You were talking about theta, the measurement. Gotcha. Yeah, that's true. You could do that, but I think theta depends on what option you're buying, right? Oh, but you're saying you can enter options into the portfolio. That's true. We don't have that yet. Yeah, exactly. Bulk historical data download. Oh, why does it cost so much? I guess that's for commercial use, right? So this historical data 100-year history is the reason why this estimate cost is so high. Is that because it's for commercial use? Because you can find data sets online. I should clarify the bulk download. Oh, is there also one called Theta Data? Data. Oh, you're right. Yeah. That's funny. I don't think the AI noticed or realized we're talking about this. Maybe this is a new service, so it doesn't know of it. So it's 8 years of data, 4 years of data. Yeah, so it seems like the potential block we have here is the trying to get the amount of data that we want, because we want 100 years. Or, 80 years is fine. But just a large data set. I mean, we can always do it ourselves for a small set of tickers, right? You just do like indexes. Maybe. We'll think. I mean, there's a reason why it costs a lot, right? So probably a little tricky. Right. That is a good point, of course. Most companies are not around for 100. Tiny fraction. 0.01% probably. But the indexes, we could... of course, let's say we're just doing the indexes. Like we're just, this 100-year analysis we're just kind of doing on the major indexes, both in the US and international. Could we just download, either create this ourselves for the historical data? Like how long would that take to try to create? And if so, how can we do it in a compliant way? Secondarily, how much would it cost if we just wanted a few select? Could we find anything online that would work for that? Do a search, see if you can find a bulk download that would not be too expensive. So I think we changed the general tone of our portfolio insights. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Specs, investor autonomy, informs, exactly, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and delete send the database, the one that it just generated, so it'll refresh. Engineering nightmare. Again, we're just doing the index, not the whole thing there. But I guess index funds have only existed the last 20 years or so, right? But is there really no way you can just find the index prices? I don't need to recreate the index though. Just need to find... Wait, that sounds good. What's wrong with this? So what's wrong with this? Why can't we just do this to get the... Well, okay, so two things. Number one, we're not recreating the index. The idea is we would just build a history of their prices. Why would that be a problem? The tell me a little bit more about this this option A. How far historically can we go back? And can we basically will it fit our requirements that I told you? I don't understand why that would be true. I don't have to build it because you can just find it, what the price was of the index, right? I mean, it's been tracked this whole time. Well, I'm not doing that. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm doing here. I'm not finding index composition, anything like this. The only thing I'm doing, building a historical price data and valuation data, sure, but I'm not actually building the composition. So basically, what bulk data is available online that I can download that gives you, I can use and be compliant. Is there any free data available that's compliant? It just seems like really strange to me that I mean, what exactly is the problem? Let me read the new. So this should be a more neutral tone, right? Okay, entirely. Yeah, definitely a lot better. And here, this, instead of going to view full portfolio, we can maybe have two options, or maybe just one, view full portfolio analysis. Then we have to figure out whether we're going to put it in this page or a new page, AI portfolio analysis. Sorry, some chats here. Let me see. Use them in my apps. Stickers don't. Yeah, all right. SP 1950. Oh, is it? Okay, SP. Gotcha. But 1957 would be acceptable for me. I think doesn't need to be exactly 100 years. Not tied to the 100 years. Just as long as it goes back far enough. Probably 1960 would be good. Tricky at first. Oh yeah, for sure. You know, it's, you know, I want to do it right. I don't want to deploy some stuff that's wouldn't make sense. This is kind of one of the last blockers here before we just make it. We can start making it public. Well, and obviously the things that we're fixing currently, but have a decent understanding of what we're doing. We limit the request to index price data. Oh, okay. Well, so I guess I misunderstood what we were doing. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that sounds like exactly what we'd want. Sounds good to me. This is monthly data. I would like daily data. Because the idea is you get if you're getting a thing every day, you should have the data points be daily. So 10 years. Cool. I guess technically if you have this data set, you could build the composition, right? It'd take a bit of work. Well, that'd be pretty tricky. Take a while. Know when they rebalanced it and everything. They probably did all that. So I'm gonna get, I have the valuation data here. So, where is this even from? Where did I get it? And then I'll ask whether that's compliant or not, because it seems to be good. So let me see where I downloaded this flat UI. Data set. It's probably not called that, right? Is it just the S&P? I think it is. Yeah. I think, yeah, it looks like I clicked this before, so this is probably where I downloaded this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Let me just download it. So if it's the same name, we know it. It's this one. Yeah, it looks like this is the one. I'm going to link it. Is this compliance? It seems like it is because there's an open license. Okay. Cool. Oh, this is monthly. I guess that's okay. So just the valuation data is monthly. Maybe we can find daily price data though. Oh, I see that. That's what it said here. That's the one we downloaded. So right now I'm using Y Finance and I'm able to get like a ton of data. How far back Y Finance is it going? Seems to go back decades at least, but how far back do they say they go? Exactly, yeah, so I understood our goal here. 10 years, we want a lot more. Any other way to get the daily data for the prices? I mean, so obviously they're releasing every 10 years. I mean, couldn't someone just collect them, all the ones they've released thus far, and build the 100-year daily price? Like, it stops one. Oh, I just realized the problem. We're in fast mode. That's probably why it was like telling me things, and I'm like, what? Like, it's okay if it's impossible, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I think it's. How do we get the daily data for prices? We're just going to do the indexes. We need to get kind of like a bulk, either through an API or just a bulk download of daily close for the indexes for as long as we can. How would we go about this? That's not why finance. Evolve. Okay, maybe do some MOE. Okay, so let's figure out next. And then after we figure out this next thing, I really want to work on the chat. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So this first thing we're going to do is like figure out where we're going to put the full AI analysis of the portfolio. That'd be a paid thing. So we're trying to figure out where should we put so we're thinking on the portfolio analysis in the today's brief. It's gonna, people can click to see the full portfolio AI analysis. Do you think we should make this a separate page? How should the navigation work? Where should it be? Should it be on their portfolio page? Or maybe it should be in a tab within their portfolio page. Let's kind of analyze what would make sense given our target user. And I'm going to attach the target user file that we made yesterday. Okay, didn't really want to do this, but let's go. I'm just gonna plug this into cloud so it doesn't try to implement it. So the key user is time constrained, etc. So it's just repeating what we kind of made there. Dedicated space. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? There's two kinds of goals. When you go to this page, you're sort of just looking, getting some stats, you know. If you put the AI insights down here, like let's say they click here. It does make it simpler, right? But if they click view full portfolio AI analysis, it should probably, you know, they probably don't care as much about reviewing their portfolio statistics and stuff. It's just like, it's kind of two separate places, right? But maybe it should be in the research area, right? I do want to keep the navigation really simple. Animal section in today's brief. That's true. Could make it kind of like a little accordion thing. You want to see more, and you click it and it opens. It's kind of like a newsletter, like a Substack, right, or something. And you just, instead of a link to another page, just opens up the rest of the analysis. How's it going? The goal is to provide a much better newsletter than exists currently with cool stats and customizable, and then upsell the people on some more research friendly things that they can, and portfolio tracking. So track all of their portfolios on all their brokerages and give them cool stats. And then they can use this research tab as well, which would be like, you hover over something, hey, you know, I have single stock risk, and it's going to, that's what we're going to work on next. I think that's going to be cool. Feel like you hover over it, and then you can send a chat, and then you start talking about a concept. Maybe you don't know a term. Maybe you're wondering, hey, what does this mean? Like, do I care about this? And you just can chat with the AI. It's not going to give you recommendations. So if I ask, like, should I buy Microsoft? It's not going to do that, but it's going to just kind of give you information is the idea. We should fix the formatting. I'll put that. Yeah. But yeah, I'm open to suggestions too. We kind of like did some research yesterday on what we're trying to make here. I'm happy with how it's going. And color on the your typing. Okay, so let's figure out what we're doing here. Also, we're figuring out what API to use instead of, we're using Y Finance at the moment, so we're trying to, we want a lot of historical data. Not too expensive. Being a little mixed up here. Might not have sent the chat for the daily data. I think we got a little distracted. I'm gonna send it here. Given our requirements on our project, what should we use for this? We want a large daily data points instead of Y Finance. We want to build this on the indexes. Part of our, cool, sounds good, man. I just said that into the AI. Sounds good, man. But it doesn't need to have more than 20-year historical data on individual companies. And it doesn't have to be exactly 100 years, just, you know, like probably at least like 70 or something. But we do have the valuation problem solved. Like we have 150 years of that, but that's okay because this is open. So at the very least, we have this problem, and it's going to be useful. So yes, we're also trying to figure out what we should do here. Expandable section sounds interesting. Slide out panel. What would that look like? Let's I'm gonna try that. It's kind of like a little experiment. Let's try the this slide out panel approach. I don't like slide out. Let's do the dedicated section because slide out would be like to the left and right, right? The dedicated section below. So we're going to try this out first, build in the same styling, and use the data that's already there in our database. So I'll show you guys, we already are doing the, I kind of showed this a few times, but just so, we already got some cool data. Just a matter of displaying it. So we have this insights. We're just showing a little bit of what we are making this far. Hopefully this tab will expose it. So you can see we have areas to explore, key considerations, market context, notable observations. One thing I don't like, it removed a cool one, which I'm going to fix, because there was a cool one where it gave you ideas based on what you're interested in, like thesis ideas for investments. And it kind of just gives you a list of, I'll show you, like if you have like a general idea you're watching. So, 1 second. So let's say you're watching these things. You can plug that in on your preferences, and it'll give you ideas in these areas. And it's not going to recommend it to you or something like, hey, buy this, but it's going to be like, hey, this might be interesting for this reason, because you said you're interested in these kinds of ideas. And then they can explore whether it makes sense or not. It's a little bit of a screener, I would say, but it's a different type of screener, right? Like historically, screeners are just you put in some fundamental data, or you say, hey, I want something in this, I want something in tech with, this management team that buys this amount of stock or something like this. But this would be more of a fuzzy screener where you have a general idea of a trend, and you want to find like downstream effects of a trend or stuff like this. I think that could be cool. I don't think I've seen that yet. That portfolio AI analysis tool is kind of like this. Finding a general theme. Okay, so provider 1920s. Oh, cool. Perfect. How much is that? Oh, it's just a library. How much is it though? It's compliant. Okay, so it looks like it created that cool little thing. Well, I guess we'll find out if it's cool or not. So it's, you click this, view full. I think it should say like view full AI analysis, something like this. I think it should maybe be a little different color. Something to kind of segments. But these are two separate ideas. Like this is kind of the news and some data, and this is, I don't know, some way to segment that. Not really sure yet. Okay, so let's read this out of curiosity. Oh, this is the idea of, this needs to be restyled a bit, but you have maybe some idea, but it should be specific to their portfolio, right? And what they entered. Right now it's doing this, right? And we should maybe have some presets, themes, maybe something that the type of investment ideas they want to explore. really like this one too much. Also, the styling's a little weird. Hey, cool, yeah. For joining. There's this little different. I like the lo-fi ones a little better. Yeah, the lo-fi are better than the indie soul. That's fine. So this, I learned the idea behind this learn more thing is it takes into account your portfolio, maybe gives you a concept that you haven't thought about. So for example, the reason why it's telling us that is because our portfolio is just one position. Like maybe you have a huge exposure to a particular type of thing. I think for the ideas, people should be able to put in how they want to play their ideas too. Like you might not be interested in doing an ETF on your ideas. You might want to find certain types of companies. So if you go into preferences, right, you want a bunch of presets. I think that's something to maybe think about. I'm going to put that in the notes here, which is think about how we're going to do this exactly. Like we want to give people control, but we also want it to be a little friendly to new people as well. So not strictly completely new, but new in the sense that they might be interested in it, but not like it should be optional that you put in these extra things. Maybe we only give those ideas here that I'm talking about, these areas to explore things, if you put in those ideas. Like if you put in your general things you're looking out for, because otherwise people reading this would be like, okay, I don't know. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm gonna say that. So in the areas to explore section, we should only show that if they have entered some of the preferences, like the investor philosophy, and we'll call that something else, but back. So for the areas to explore part of the AI Insights section, we should only display that part if they have completed their preferences, like the investment philosophy. And we're going to add a new section called what do we call it? Like a fuzzy screener. Coffee and finishing up. It's almost nice, dude. Yeah, I kind of want to change the time that I'm streaming, because I think I'm in PST, so a lot of people are it's probably a weird time for them, for a lot of people. Let's see, what time is it in Europe? I guess there's a lot of times in Europe. Okay. Yeah, this is not a good time for anyone really, except people where I live. So I'll think about that. Probably in the early morning would be the best, right? Because then people will see what would be the time when PST is 6 a.m. Yeah, because then people in New York could watch, people in London could watch. Okay, I might do that. Makes a lot more sense. You mainly use Cloud Code. I switch back and forth between Cloud Code and Anti-Gravity. Anti-Gravity is like free, so nice. So we need to figure out what we're going to call this new section. I'm going to do that in another tab here. Oh, let me finish reading this here. How much is it compliant? There. Oh, cool. That sounds great. So this Tingo one maybe works. We'll see how big it is. $10,000. Yeah, that should be good, right? 50,000. I don't think we'd need more than that. It's a library too, so that's great. Pretty legit. Double check, but I think so. Oh, just a few people. Oh, it's just one guy. Oh no. Okay. So unfortunately. I guess we can just look at, I mean, it is one guy, but maybe it's heavily used. Oh, what are the other alternatives to this Tingo? Prioritize ones that are pretty well known and used heavily. Okay, and then another tab I'm going to ask to, what should we call this? So our general idea is we're trying to figure out what to call a new section in the profile. You have this idea of this like investment philosophy. We're going to change the name of that too, but here's our general goal. Our general goal is that we have this available for advanced users who want to use AI as kind of a way to come up with new ideas, kind of do like this fuzzy screening idea, which is you're finding investment ideas in a similar theme. So it's very much qualitative, downstream effects, these kinds of screenings. And we want to find what would be the most frictionless way to allow advanced users to add this to their portfolio AI analysis. We don't want them to have to type paragraphs and type a whole memo about how their investment philosophy works, but we also want to allow them the control necessary to make this useful, right? So there's a component of like, they probably have a certain amount of trends that they're looking out for, and also there is a component of their philosophy, so to speak, of like how they invest. Like, are they a special events kind of person, special situations, or are they fundamental? Maybe they are someone who takes into account macro trends, so that way we can capture those two elements. Yeah, because like someone who's interested in special situations, right? Some sort of M&A kind of stuff. They would definitely want different sort of ideas. Yeah, this is cool. This is cool. Multi-select. That's cool. Yeah, I think that makes sense. That's cool too. And it definitely should be like a checkbox. Oh, this is fun. I'm gonna work on this for a while probably. Low friction, structured, easy for it. Yes. So we're replacing kind of our very simple text boxes with some interesting questions that could, and you know, again, on our whole website, we'll have it so people can hover over stuff and bring it to the chat and understand what this is, right? And they can research and build a good understanding of what type of investor they are too. So they go into the profile even, they might have a question, you know? I don't like any of these names here. I don't like any of the names that you came up with for Can you come up with how this page would be structured? I guess the general user for this page would probably be more advanced, so just take that into consideration, that the target user for this will be a little bit different than the average user. And I'm starting to think like I probably would pay for something like this, like it's well thought out and kind of gives me some cool ideas. What just happened? Oh, I finished. Mandate, definitely not. This isn't bad. Still not great. This is good. This is good. That's a good approach. Yes, that I think that makes sense. Yes, this is good too. This is good. That is all pretty good, I would say. The only thing is the name up top. Do we even need a name though? So you come into the page, it has like approach. We remove the knowledge assessment probably. No one wants to fill that out. We just assume if they don't fill it out, well, maybe put a little thing at the beginning, whether they want to fill it out or not. If they don't want to fill it out, we just kind of assume a standard default overview. But if they do fill it out, then we can get more detailed and interesting. I like that. So I like removing things in general and keeping everything pretty simple. It's unneeded. I think it's very easy to make things really complicated and confusing. So I think we'll just have one when you go into preferences, and it's just going to be these things. And we'll remove all of this stuff. I guess we do have time horizon, but I like the names better. And then maybe we could have an additional section, sort of like anything else you'd like the AI to know, something like this. We will not ask them their income though. an age. It doesn't really matter. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Cool, let's do this, and let's remove knowledge assessment. We no longer are going to use this, so you're going to have to go through the code base and remove any references to that. And we're going to remove the top header. We're going to remove this top header from this profile page. We're going to remove knowledge assessments, so you have to go through the code base and do that. And we're going to change to what you said there. At the bottom, remove risk tolerance, remove what's currently there, basically, and just replace it with this. And maybe include one thing at the bottom that allows you to add extra context if you would like, but it's just like sort of a text box. So it's make it clear that that's optional. All of this stuff is optional, but make it clear. And you're going to have to integrate this into the LLM service. So we are providing this information. If there's nothing there, everything's blank, it's just going to be the default sort of overview. So this is basically an advanced users section, right? So make all those changes. This will be a big change. I'm going to go ahead and commit. Hey, Vedant, how's it going? I like Cloud Opus. It's very good. I spend a lot of time working with this Cloud Code, and I'll show you my usage. And I spend the $100 one. That's 5x. And that's perfect for me. So I'm about, I think I'm almost halfway through the week. So it looks like I'm not really that close to using it up even. So if you're doing substantial, I would say that one's probably a good bet. I mean, I also use anti-gravity because it's you can use a lot of free. It's basically free. So if I get rate limited, I can always come over here. You guys have any opinions on this? I don't know if it looks that great. Specifically these two things. So you click here, you go to the holdings. Change the text probably. So you understand that this is, I think, yeah, that's the problem, right? It's not really totally clear what this means. You get this, right? But like this button here. To upgrade to the 20x. Oh, so I do the 5x. I think the 20x is $200 a month. I don't need to use that. At least I'm not hitting that. Maybe when the code base gets larger or something, but I guess while we wait, maybe work on this page because we do have some things to fix for sure. Bear with. So we created a little document of what we're going to do for that. Let's look. editor graphs. Just shows, but what if it's a mix, right? If you have a mix of people added the price, and mixed people, you know, and the other half are not added, it's kind of confusing for the graph. This graph, like, not really clear what that means. We should also add an export here, so you can export to the CSV. I'll just do that real quick. That's easy. And you can also export price. Okay, yeah, we're gonna add export everywhere. So you can export the price history. That's fun. So people like that. It will be very clean. Can we go ahead and the portfolio page? We're going to allow people to export their price history, export their positions, and for the positions, it's going to include their cost basis when they bought it, their gain, loss, percent, and dollar. And for the price history, for the portfolio history, it'll just have the per day, and it'll have what their overall portfolio value was. So it'll be two different types of CSVs, and just put those on in the respective locations. So probably up here. We're gonna remove this button thing here because I think it already says once you enter. If I put in, well, we need to clean it up a little bit though, because the UI is a little bit weird. Like this is looking better, but when you don't have the basis, it's kind of weird looking. And obviously the graph, a little strange. In this case. Yeah, okay. So we definitely broke the graph when adding the purchase, so we have to fix that. I think we just undo some of the changes we did because we were trying to make it work. I gotta fix the spacing here. Oh man. Okay, next three things. These are gonna be really fun things. Like this advanced user section, and then this hover thing. And then the third thing is just working on the chart. So this is the to-do for next probably 2 hours maybe. To make it work nicely with basis and the UI changes. So I want to start, like, the thing I'm really excited for, the advanced part. I think it'll be interesting. Okay, so it says it updated it. Let's take a look. Okay, we can remove this. Okay, so how do you... We should put in a few examples. I guess we kind of do. That's cool. I think that makes sense. So to test this, let's kind of put in our ideas. I'll just call them downstream effects. Mm. I don't know, just random stuff. I don't know, just doesn't really matter. Just some stuff we'll put in. That looks nice. It's optional, right? Maybe so I could just put in this. Oh, that doesn't make sense. On this, right? So that makes sense, right? You might not know the implication, right? So you just kind of put it. Excuse me, sorry. You might not know the implication. The US being behind. I suppose that's another theme, right? And maybe you could rank these. That would be cool. If I can drag it and rank it. So that way it searches for certain, for example, like these two I think are very interesting. I'd put that at the top for the searching. That should be optional. You might not want to rank it, right? I'm interested in this. But again, you should be able to rank it, right? Oh, you can only select 3. I guess that kind of makes sense, right? That's fun. Okay, let's try it with that. Okay, now let's test it out. So one thing someone might want to do, I'll put this down here, is if they change their advanced user section, they should be able to reload. It should use a credit though, right? They have a limited number of credits. I'm gonna make sure in the code that it actually did change this. So it did, that's great. It should work. So in our areas to explore, we should see an update. Once we refresh this, that could be better. I'm gonna add another debug button though to refresh just specifically the AI analysis. Can you add another button to specifically in the admin panel to refresh the AI analysis? It should just refresh the AI analysis for the user, their portfolio specifically. I'm gonna update, but it's not, we don't know if it's working yet. How long can we make an email? I'm gonna look that up. Or limit here. I need to do one small thing, which is just they should be able to unsubscribe from the newsletter. Is important. Can you add for the email newsletter? We need to store that whether or not they're subscribed to the email newsletter. So it should just simply put that in the user, and then we need to put on the email a button to unsubscribe from the newsletter. If they click it, then it should have a flow there to remove it, so they're no longer getting emails. Okay, so it should have added this button here. Let's test it out. Also, I think if you're logged in, would be the right. Shouldn't bring you to the landing page. Where's the button? It must have put it in the admin page. Oh, it did. Yeah, can you change that? So don't put it there. Put it in the admin tools in the today's brief. That's where. Yeah, just put it there. Okay. Cool, and I did save these, so that's good. So it would be in Firebase here. And I think another small thing, I'll just do a few small things. So on our cron job for our creating this market analysis every day, we shouldn't do it on the weekends. Just make it's the weekdays. Okay, so I'm going to refresh our new analysis with our advanced settings. Let's see what we get. We got a load failed. I'll see what it looks like, the error. I do not see anything there. Oh, it's another authentication thing. Just has to fix. Make sure to create the endpoint if you haven't already, and also make sure to have the auth working there. You need to send the right headers, and just do it the way that we do it on the other pages, etc. Let's maybe, while we're waiting for some stuff, let's fix the UI. This. We'll fix it. We'll start with that glitch. For some reason, it's some 0 sometimes. Okay, just fix the so we can actually just try that real quick. It did that quickly. So this button should work now. Looks like it is. But we should make sure it's loading here so I know it is working. I'll double check that it's, yeah, okay, it is working. I'm just gonna wait because I'm very curious to see what it comes up with here. Because basically we entered a lot of detailed stuff about what we're looking for. So this would be a more advanced setting for the user, but it'd be interesting. Cool. Let me reload the page. It looks like it's not auto reloading, so I gotta. Okay, it did reload, but I think there's a number of things we should do. I don't really like the styling of this area. Also, there should be a way, like in the preferences, you should say like, how do you want to play your themes? You know, you might not be interested in ETFs. You might just want a certain type of company. Let's add that too. So in the settings and the advanced settings there, you might not want to just get ETFs as an example, right? So there should be a section too where you can enter the type and come up with a, you know, the terminology that you use should be very similar to the others. So they should be able to enter the type of how they're going to play their themes or catalysts. Like they might be looking for a smaller liquid company, or they might be looking for an ETF, right? So, and they should be able to attach how they're playing it to that theme or catalyst, right? And then number two, they should be able to rank, but it's optional, right? They don't need to rank these themes or catalysts, but they should be able to drag and put them where. So you have to figure out some way that makes sense in the UI that it's clear that it's optional, right? And if they don't rank it, then it should just be some default ranking where they're all the same. I'm gonna commit that though, because it's pretty good. I'll change the song again too though. I think I'm just gonna quickly add these all to a chill playlist so I don't get to do this so often with the. Okay, I think that's probably good. It's not a special situation, so we need to find a term for the AI. Include like a dictionary so it knows what we're talking about. Okay, also, so we're going to create a little dictionary. This is internal. Actually, no, this is exposed to the user. You can call it AI dictionary, something like this. It should be in the advanced settings in the profile. And they can personally define terms so that way the AI knows what they're talking about. So, but one will include, and this is just internally. However, whenever the user is chatting in the research tab, it should bring in our internal dictionary. So that way the user can understand like terms that we're maybe using throughout the product. So one we're going to include just to start is special situations. And that's just like a one-time corporate event or change, structural change, but it's not like, it's like, you know, a merger and acquisition. That's what a special situation is. So we're going to pass that as, that's part of the dictionary. Maybe I should bring in the exact term rather than just saying it. It puts that in, but I just... Hockey, so cloud code. But that one's just going to be internal. However, if someone does... someone does enter a special situation, just have it overwrite, you know, what current, like if they have a term that they put in their dictionary that overwrites ours, then it should just overwrite ours. So in other words, these dictionaries are stored per user. So and you send these AI dictionaries whenever a user sends a chat, whenever we're sending that as part of our, you know, in our LLM service, we should attach our dictionary so they know what the terms mean. Let's see, I'm trying to limit my coffee intake. I've been going way too much. All right, I'm away at 30 minutes. All right. So this is wrong. It's because why finance? Oh, that's funny. When we plug the data into the AI, it's like, that's not right. All right, and the next thing is change the UI of the areas to explore. Oh, I forgot. We now have an unsubscribe, subscribe. But where did they put it? Put that. Where did you put the unsubscribe, subscribe buttons? We should probably put in the user profile somewhere. Maybe at the top. Maybe in email preferences as well. So if they go into email preferences, they can select that they'd like to receive emails. Also rename that, the email preferences to just maybe brief preferences or today's brief preferences. Think of a name here that makes sense because it's just settings on what that generation is showing. So whatever name makes sense there. Title here. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, where's the limit? How close are we? 10 p.m. Los Angeles. Okay, an hour and a half. So we are now going to be restricted to anti-gravity for a while. I'm definitely not going to switch to extra usage. So it did make some updates though. I will go ahead and plug that into anti-gravity. I3. So we've already made progress for this feature. So take a look at what we've already done and finish the feature. I assume it stopped the button as well for the... Okay, cool, we did that. Cool. I added a bunch here. That's fine. Okay, cool. So I did not do this, so we're going to go ahead and start doing that as well. Another chat. Oh, interesting. Google AI Pro and Ultra subscribers have higher rate limits. Yeah, I am Pro. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that explains why I have higher rate limit. Maybe. Could be. Already have some stuff, so let's finish that. I'm gonna go look at the other one. Thanks. Okay, so let's create a plan for the email preferences. Calling it brief preferences. Doesn't really make brief preferences is not a great name. Let me look at the preferences are here. Change the button style there. I think they should have a button or something, or some sort of thing that they can turn off ranking or turn it on. And obviously change the button here. Maybe we just keep it simple, you know? They go into preferences. It's in here, the email preferences. Actually, let's not create a separate panel for brief preferences. Let's just put it in preferences. It's at the top. It should have all the same stuff. You choose what stuff is in your brief, and also whether you want to receive emails or not. And that's it. So, and it should be there too, the subscribe and unsubscribe ability in the preferences. So everything's in the preferences. Cursor planner I'm using anti-gravity. Hey, the Keno Google Pro. Nice. Yes. It's cool. Yeah, that definitely is a huge benefit, right? And hey, Docky, I'm using anti-gravity, which is free at the moment. It's just rate limited. You can use Gemini 3, so highly recommend you take advantage of that. So we're removing, let's see, I guess that's okay to remove because they're just testing. McKenna, what time is it for you? Is it like Germany time? Oh, it's early. Oh, is this your again, was that your Twitch account or something? I assume it is, unless it's another person from Germany. I happen to know that. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so I think it might have already finished. Let's take a look here. Oh, maybe not. Take a look on the other. Oh, I see. I made another implementation plan. Let's check. Let's doing what we want. Rename email preferences. No, would I not? I said not to do that. Let's see. No, so you're misunderstanding. So put everything in that preferences, the same preferences as the advanced user settings. They should all go there. This email stuff. And as well as their customization of the today's brief should all be there in the preferences at the top. Also, the subscribe, unsubscribe should be there as well. Yeah. Some cool. I'm pretty excited about what we're building. I think it's you asked earlier today. I think I missed your message, but this is real data. So builds scripts and then it iterates on the scripts. It creates like 10 questions and then it finds the best 3 based on the data that it got. Right now we're moving the email preferences over to just the preferences. It's all going to be the same here, and then the advanced will just be under. You just scroll. I want to keep the UI just really simple. Like, I don't want a bunch of stuff everywhere. So, okay. Sense, I think. Look at the other one. So it says it finished the dictionary thing. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Should have put it at the bottom. Cool, yeah. We'll change the terminology. Oh yeah, and another thing, let's change the few things regarding this. The button, for one thing. Should also make it clear what this is, right? Like, you click the button, like, what is this? That's because it's changing the UI. So. Which API are you using? Right now I'm still using Y-Finance, but before I deploy, I'm going to switch to, what was it? Let me pull it. It's not too expensive. I don't think I saved it. That's fine. Get it. Actually, no, I think I remember we didn't figure out because we found one that made sense, but then it was just like a very small company, just one person. So probably not going to use that one. But we do have valuation data. The valuation data we're using has open license that we're just going to store. It doesn't cost anything, but the price data, the daily price data, we'll have to pay a private. It seems like there's a few options, but. For just the amount of history that we want. So what is it doing? It's deleting something. Okay, we're gonna remove all those emojis. Make it look. Oh, anti-gravity is doing the thing. It does this randomly. Look at this. It's actually going to go through it, I think. Wow, it's actually going to try signing in, so I'm going to try. I'll see if it can do that. I don't know. How would that even... Oh, it's going to create an account and everything? Interesting. That's not very smart. Oh, wait, how did it get in? What? Interesting. Somehow it was able to get in. It's not logged in though. You can see there's no login up here. Weird. So it's not going to be able to proceed because I'm actually going to stop it because now it's going to think there's a bug and make more changes. So I'm going to go ahead and stop because it couldn't log in. The weird thing about that though is it does it randomly. So it decides to run those tests like why sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. All right, so just change the styling here. So two things. So number one, change the styling on that email preferences for in the profile page. There should be no emojis, should be very professional, should match all the existing styling that's there. Number two, change the terminology for the AI dictionary, like text that's in the text box. It should be, you know, special situation. Use merger. Oh, let's go. Use the advanced terminology. Don't use just like moat and stuff like this, because that's what it's for, right? It's for advanced terminology that the person wants to get that right. So I'll test all of this stuff. So I'll start with the subscribed. So if I do subscribe, well, granted, we have some hard-coded logic about sending it to the admin. So I'll have to try on another account, but I can actually just look in the database, see if it's giving that. 1 second. Yeah, okay, so it does save if I turn it off. Okay, great, it works, cool. At least as far as saving it, whether or not it actually. All right, that looks quite a bit better. If you notice, it changed the emojis just now, so. I would change this brief preferences to this cap sensitive. I don't think we need to say all that, just okay, and the next thing, cool, that makes sense. The additional context should be under that. Okay, so we have our dictionary. Okay. And now let's work on this a little bit. I should be able to turn off the ranking, and this button should be clear. Buttons up. So for the themes and catalysts section on the profile page, we need to make it clear that button that says any currently. First of all, change the styling. It looks pretty bad currently. Make it look professional. Whatever this gradient is, don't add it. And make the button clear, like what it's doing. So it's like they're how they want to play the theme and implication. That's kind of, we need to communicate that in the button somehow. And then the second thing is make it so they can turn off the ranking of the themes. They might not want to rank it, right? They just want all the themes to be sent, maybe equal ranking. We'll figure out how to do that as well. I think I'm still I'm rate limited until 10, so I'll just use. Oh, do I find the... No, the web agent, like you said, I think you were right. You know, it's kind of a little gimmicky, not really useful. Maybe one day it'll be useful, but... It just takes a lot of time for it to load and click around and all that stuff, so... I see on this page the... Still says the brief preferences, so I'll just delete that. Probably gonna commit because just before it does anything else. Cool, I think I'm gonna grab another coffee, but we can cross some things out first, I guess. Well, I'll just wait till this one finishes. Okay, I'll be right back.
Meine Geister, niemals meine Geister. Oh ja! Ah ja, Leben, Leben. Oh ja, Leben. Lebenswege düster karg, hat sich so ergeben. Geist und Seele verwegen, fahr durch den Staubsplash. Mit deinem Besen, fahr auf spiegelglattem Wasser, setz dein Segel, wenn bereit und bleibe immer isoliert. Wie eingeschneit. Ja, isoliert wie eingeschneit. Voll, ja, voll Kasko für meinen Leibe. Zucken, jucken mir die angefressenen Eingeweide, deren ich dann zappelnd mich entkleide. Ja, isoliert wie eingeschneite. Ah, ja, ich bin hier, doch bleibe immer auf der Reise. Richtung eingehalten, ja, jedoch auf meine Weise, bleib in diesen rostigen Tagen. Ja, Riese auf ner Reise, Riese auf ner Reise, Piesel nicht ins Weiße. Fang ruhig.
Well, let's take a look. Finish the last thing.
Niemals meine Geister, niemals mein Geister.
What are we listening to? Is there an option to turn off it, playing other stuff? Apparently not. If anyone joined the stream, they're like, what the hell is this guy listening to? Bro, can you teach me? Well, I guess you can watch the stream, right? Pick up some things. Follow the journey. All right, so it changed some things in the profile. Let's take a look. That makes sense. Equal weight is a little bit confusing. The germ. I think it's pretty good. Okay, so theme express via. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, this is good. We enter blah blah blah. That's great. But now I can't edit it, which I need to be able to edit it. Oh no, I can always do this and blah blah blah. Yeah, I think that's fine. You can always delete it. Do this. Oh, perfect. Yeah, you can always. Oh, someone might want to edit it though. It's a small thing, but double click, you should be able to edit that. Pretty good. I'm gonna commit that. If they double click, so let's say they select via large cap or something like this, they should be able to double click and change the how they're expressing the theme. Okay, so the next part that we're going to do is work on this stuff. I need to change the styling of this first. I'll maybe just take a screenshot and just kind of explain. Looking a little weird. So take a look at the attached screenshot. This areas to explore section. The spacing is kind of strange, and the try to redesign that in a way that's consistent with the theme, but the spacing is a lot better. I think we're in planning mode. Okay, so it's a small bug fix, but let's check that out. That works. So if I enter AI, that's good. Great. What if I do? Should be able to modify the implication as well, right? So I should be able to modify the implication as well when I double click. Okay, so change the spacing. Well, let's check it out. Yeah, it looks a lot better. So if someone enters information, it should be a much more in-depth analysis, right? And should focus on what they care about. And definitely don't tell them the allocation. So for that areas to explore tab, what you should do instead. So number one, if someone doesn't put any information in, like there's no advanced settings filled out, then we should not show the areas to explore section. We can maybe put a little section there that's like areas to explore. Fill out the preferences to see this. And number two, the analysis they do should be way more advanced. So you should assume the target user that has changed the preferences there and have entered that information is an advanced user. So don't tell them allocation stuff. Don't tell them, be very specific to the things that they care about, right? If they care about valuation, you talk about valuation. They care about, based on what they entered in those preferences. Anything that you say there should be considering the target user very heavily, the type of person to say and enter the things that they have entered. That's the kind of analysis you should do. So you're going to need to change the LM service prompts to make those changes. But it changed the style, which is good. Okay, and the obvious thing is for the portfolio, there should be a brief overview of how they did for the day compared to the benchmarks and things like that. This is good. Yeah, I like it. It's nice. Although when I double click, it highlights. Right, fix that. Okay, and so the next part is have that nice little, there'll be a nice little thing where it's like, how did you do, and benchmarks. They can probably customize whether they want to see how they did compared to benchmarks. So in the today's brief at the top of the portfolio, there should be a new section. It should be within this section, but it shouldn't be sent to the LLM. Or should it? We could maybe. I don't think so. So because it's kind of clear, it doesn't really need analysis. Sort of just. So I delete. So it shouldn't be sent to the LLM. And what this section should be, just be a brief overview. Consider our target audience. It's just showing them how they did their performance. And by default, we're going to include the benchmarks. So you include S&P daily performance for today, NASDAQ, Dow, and they can go on. And we're going to create a setting in the preferences. If they don't want to include the benchmarks, then it just says their performance for the day and their year-to-date performance based on what's in their portfolio section. So yeah, the performance year-to-date, specifically the nominal performance, and that's it. Not really event driven. It shouldn't assume things like that. Unless, let me look. Oh, I see. Because I didn't enter this one, it thinks, oh, looks like I messed up the research page. Or is that the whole thing? Oh, it's the whole thing. It's still coding. So a key part of this is it's like inferring how advanced the user is and what they care about based on what they put in, right? So that's kind of a very key prompt, but make sure that if they didn't answer those settings, then it should say they can, on the UI, they can enter more settings if they would like. And then that area will show, but they have to answer. Otherwise, we don't have enough information to really give them things to explore. Well, now that I think about it, I suppose one thing is if we have their portfolio, you can kind of infer how advanced the user is. little bit. Yeah, you could potentially fill out the user settings for them with based on their portfolio a little bit. It's an interesting idea. But we should probably make it so they know what's going on. So we'll let them know, like, would you like to autofill?
No chains can hold this rebel stride.
Okay, that makes sense. I think this one should be pretty straightforward. We'll see. Okay. Makes a bit of sense. Yes, that all sounds good and should blend with the existing design. Okay, so it looks like it's completed these changes. I'm gonna look at what it did. Kind of makes sense. So I'm gonna go ahead and refresh my AI analysis here. Let me see if the research tab was fixed. Okay, not quite. When I go to the research page, I get this error. All right, I'm just gonna make it chill now. I don't really see the benchmarks. I don't think we need to put your performance because it's kind of clear what that is. Oh, perfect. Nice. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna make sure that's right. I think it is, but it's not right. I wonder where I got this negative 2%. Is that yesterday's? Was it Thursday? It's Thursday. Okay. It was Wednesday, right? So I think I missed a day. Pretty sure. See, it's doing this thing. I kind of want to turn that off. Like, I don't really need you to test it. All right, so I think the performance for the portfolio is behind today. Can you check the flow there? So your performance, I think the year to date is maybe right, but double check both of those. Should be based on the current day. I feel like there's some duplicate. I think we can remove your performance, right? It does kind of look a little weird, maybe. What'd you put instead, though? I want to make it really clear these are separate ideas. Like separate sections. I think I've realized. Can't register Droid. I only have one phone number. Sure. We'll try it out. You like it though? I'll probably only try it if it's good. Because there's, a lot of bad things. Aren't we doing something else or? Okay, so I think we did finish the. I think I need to reanalyze. Oh, perfect. Is this different? Yeah, it definitely is. Okay, let me read real quick if this is good. Hey, that's kind of good. Definitely way better than before. I like how it took into account my portfolio. That's kind of cool. We could add a correlation part of it. Like they could consider the correlations of all your positions and figure whether your two thing is too correlated together. Correlation score or something. Correlation or portfolio. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like this. It's not telling you. It's just saying, hey, this is an interesting thing you can maybe look at. And then you can highlight this and bring it to chat. That's the idea. So I think that's cool. We're going to do the chat thing next. This is good. I like it because I feel like it took into account the user and the fact they entered all this stuff. And what we should test now is creating a new account and then not entering anything and seeing that the what we're creating kind of is personalized to how we feel, how advanced they are, I guess, or how something like this. So I think now I'm going to work on the cool part that I'm excited to do. I was excited about the advanced part too, but I think we got a pretty good state here for this. Oh yeah, we'll fix this first because I definitely sent it, right? I thought I did. Huh, must not have. Oh no, I did. It's right here. I need to refresh the AI generation, I guess, to get the recent day. Why do I have to do that though? This shouldn't be part of the AI generation. This should just be grabbing the portfolio holdings. I'm gonna ask that. Are the portfolio performance, that shouldn't be sent to the AI generation, right? It shouldn't be attached to that button to refresh. It should every time the user reloads the page, it should refresh automatically given their holdings and everything like that. Because this is we can safely refresh this every time they load the page, or it's gonna be a little delayed, but then everything else is generated one time at the end of the day. Maybe they can force a refresh, I guess. Somehow deleted my, unless it's maybe making changes at the moment. It's a good thing we committed. Oh. I going crazy? Pretty sure we just sent a chat, right? Where is it? It's left. Very bizarre. Oh, now it loaded. So it must be some sort of delayed loading thing going on. I'll ask that. So with the portfolio performance at the top of the page, it should that shouldn't need to be attached to the AI analysis. So it should basically every time we refresh the page, it should be refreshing the stats and make sure it's of the current day. Right now, I think it's a day behind. I'm pretty sure we sent that chat already. Where did it go? It's all right. We still have credits. Just don't change the tabs. It must have been the... Oh, cool. Our cloud code is almost refreshed. The rate limit too, so we'll use that a little bit. I think if you're trying to upsell someone on this, you got to actually have something that's interesting. Maybe you include some... So I think we have some news, right? Or at least it's stored somewhere. So you have to maybe take into the news, maybe a little bit of this, and have the news about that stock or your... Oh, there we go. That's right, I think. Let's double check, but I believe it is. Nice, cool. You're to date, is that right? Nice, that's right too. Cool. Now we need to try, though, entering a lot of positions to make sure that that's right as well. And fix the bug with this 0 thing when you add something. So if I reload, I think it works, but okay. Should reload and recalculate the... But we should try to save... I mean, why is it slow? It's because we're using Y-Finance at the moment. Once we switch, then it'll be fast. I'm gonna check what it's doing. Maybe rate limited is possible. Well, I'll let it sit for a little bit, but I think it's good. At least for the single position. Hey, about, is it good though? You actually like it? Like, have you had good results with it? Because I may not try it, you know, depending on your experience, if you feel like it significant improvement. Or maybe it's some sort of cool tool that you found a use case for, right? How would it help us with this kind of thing we're doing here? So the reason why it's not loading the others, I'm pretty sure, is a rate limit. Probably should stop reloading it because it doesn't make it better. I guess we could check if that that number was right. Yeah, I think it. Oh, cool. I think it is right because it looks roughly right. Oh, in order to check if this number's right, let's add a really horrible one. Okay, and I think so this is the free part, right? Then people will click this, and that would be what's would be the upsell. So, but we need to have interesting information here. So let's try to ID it a little bit. Maybe some news, but definitely whatever we show here has to be kind of grabbed our attention. So let's I'm gonna ID it a little bit. So right now, this is the first part of our AI analysis. The general idea here is whatever we show here has to be very interesting to the user. So we have an incentive to really, depending on what they put in their settings and their portfolio, what they chose to be in their portfolio, as well as the sizing and allocation, we can infer how advanced the user is and what they might be interested in. So we have a bunch of sections, right, in our AI analysis that we store. What we want to try to do is customize based on the user, because we want to maximize how often we can upsell them. So let's try to come up with a plan for how we can go about this. There's the default user where we know nothing. We don't even know their portfolio, in which case there's nothing we can really upsell until they enter a portfolio. However, once they start entering a portfolio, we can start building an understanding of what kind of user this is, right? So let's build a text document called upselling AI plan.txt, and we're going to come up with a strategy for how we're going to build this. Okay, and then after this, after we kind of think about this a little bit, let's do the fun part, which is the sending to chat feature. That sounds fun. I'm gonna read this though. This is kind of interesting. Freezing. Yep, that's true. So the first user is nothing, right? Exactly. Actually the opposite, right? But the advanced signals will be more dependent on what they put in their profile. It's hard to infer unless it's a very unusual type of portfolio. Oh yeah, exactly. This is a decent way to upsell. Yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad, yeah. Definitely don't like the risk score thing. I think it's kind of dumb. Oh yeah, this is cool. That's more for a medium user, right? But I think it makes sense. It's definitely something here. They're probably just, they probably have this on another tab about, they're just kind of doing their own stuff, I bet. Let me know, guys, if you guys get tired of the music or anything. Like, we can definitely make some new stuff, but I don't really know what people like. I like this music. But, yeah. Okay, I think this has most of everything. The only thing is, we need to add a few things to this doc. So in this doc, we also want to talk about, yes, there's also the component of like inferring what the user is, but also based on, we want to infer what the user is also based on what they've put into their settings. So that's a critical component. If they do add a bunch of things to their settings that indicate a certain level of skill, a certain level of thought, then we're going to upsell them on different types of questions. And the way that we do that needs to be intelligent. So we have to, the default user, you know, they just put in their portfolio. We try to upsell them on interesting questions that you came up with here. But then we also need to consider, once they've entered all their information, like in the profile, we can make an even better guess as to what they're interested in. I'm gonna make a copy of this because I don't want it to get rid of it, because I actually like it. A lot of ideas in there. It's kind of cool, right? You imagine you have a smart insight into who they are. You can upsell them in this section questions they might be interested in. Your portfolio is 100% concentrated. You can create certain types of questions like, hey, have you considered this? And then you blank out the rest, the answers. Okay, and then I think if I reload the page, it'll load the... no, I think we're rate limited or something. Oh, wait, there's no way we're rate limited, because this wouldn't load if they're rate limited. Okay, so this is not right, right? This is not right. I see what's happening here. It's because of the basis stuff again. It's fine. Fix it later. Oh, I see what happened. It doesn't load until I go into the portfolio, load it, and then I come back. So that's a very fixable problem. Let's go ahead and fix that. And we'll take a look at that once we fix this. So the portfolio performance on the today's brief only loads when we go into the portfolio section, load it, and then come back. So make sure to just trigger the loading separately. Hey, the Keno. Yes, they're chilling. And let me know, you know, like, you know, if there's anything that would make the experience better in theory of the stream, like type of users kind of has it on the side. You know, maybe the maybe my voice is too loud, you know, it could be a mix of things. So I'll maybe experiment with it too, but if you guys have any feedback, really open. Like someone mentioned the other day to switch the camera back, and then I was like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. And I thought about it. But I think the idea of upselling the user based on what you learned about them is really cool. I think you could do that for any website, really, right? You just plug in what they've done so far, try to figure out what they care about, change the UI. Upselling mean when they click it, that comes up with like the payment stuff, and they actually follow through. Okay, let's test if that worked. So if I load, nice, looks great. Okay, we have to change the email as well. So the email should include this as with it. So let's change the email as well. So the email that gets sent out should include the portfolio performance and those benchmarks and the same styling because it looks really great. And it should be at the top, just the same way. So definitely we're going to remove these score things unless we can figure out something that I don't think it's that. People see that, they're like, okay. What does that mean? Hey, kind of, this is German. Alright, where's meine Geister? My ghosts. Geist. Okay. Next part's fun. Well, I'm gonna put a pin a little bit in the selling part. You do have to do the economics of that, like the unit economics. If you are adding extra context for that upsell section, you have to figure out the cost of that and then the amount of like conversion you get. Because otherwise it might not be worth it, right? If you do an extra like, I'm thinking it probably is worth it if it's just a very simple, like, you have the sections, you tell AI to choose which sections are relevant to the user. That's probably not, that's very little context. So it should be like what, like a half a cent or something, you would think. So if it's half a cent, you'd only need no, that's definitely worth it. The generation section. I want to do this part though. Oh, but sorry, before I get to that, I want to or at least rethink it. Exactly. Okay, so it's changed the email. Let's go ahead and send out the email again. The email, kind of a little weird. I always change the style here. It is interesting that this is different than what's on the main page. I'm trying to think, should we make it the same or different? Go to the home page, should it be the same? Let's fix the UI first, then I'll answer that question. Also, I kind of like the style here a little better than what's on the home page. Yeah, this is cool. I like that better. font and the vibe. Be good. Before I commit this, I'm going to try to understand why it's different. So I see the email's doing some different generations for that first part. Is it actually sending a different generation to Gemini for the email versus what's on the homepage of the today's brief? I think realistically, this has a much more friendly vibe. I like it a little better once we fix the UI part of this. I think this is different, right? So yeah, it's definitely doing a different generation. So it's sending that to Gemini and making something different. Which we definitely wouldn't want to do that. That's an extra cost, right? So let's read what's going on here. But let's think about it a little bit. I'm going to copy each of these. So this part is the same, these questions. Just going to copy the text. Because what we want to try to figure out is the differences between these prompts that we're using to generate these two. We want to know maybe a happy middle ground between the two, because I do like the more friendly tone of this. So let's compare the prompts between what's generating the email and what's generating the front page. I want to analyze, like, number one, should we do a different generation? Probably not, just from a sheer cost perspective. I think, from the email, right? The email is not going to include everything that we have to offer, but it probably shouldn't be much different in terms of what's on the main page, right? It should be mostly the same, but we took sections of it, which means that we wouldn't do a new generation. However, I do like what came up on the email, so let's try to make a plan. We'll call it prompts plan.txt, and we're gonna compare the prompts between the email and the homepage, figure out maybe a happy middle ground between the two. I think while we wait on that, I'll just remove this this part of it. Their scores. So for the AI analysis part, can we make the scores not visible at the moment? So just a very simple change. We're going to not have that included as a thing the user sees on the today's brief, and that includes both in the email if we're including it and on the homepage. Cool, Babao. Yeah, definitely, link it to me. I'll check it out. That'd be kind of fun to explore. If anyone else has any projects too, why not? Kind of fun to see what people are working on. Do you guys kind of agree, though, that this font and kind of once we change the styling here, this is not right, but I think that I'm going to go with that for this and change it here as well. So in the portfolio section, we kind of go with more of this kind of style, maybe. I'll read this here. Yeah, exactly. Definitely a unified strategy makes a lot more sense than these multiple generations. Unless we just had infinite money. Makes sense. Right, I didn't think about that. Like I was thinking, okay, you send a newsletter at the end of the day, but in the middle of the day, when someone comes in the site, you still want to show some information. Something to think about for sure. I guess we could just update every hour, right? Something like this. Okay, cool. This is what I wanted to know. Like, so there's some major differences between our email prompts. Okay, so for now we're going to keep them separate. We're going to combine them later, but I think at the least though, make sure to put the number one, put the portfolio headlines in the upsell section in that AI analysis. You'll see in the email we have that. So we definitely want the top headlines in the same way that the email is doing it. And then try to style the email portfolio. Well, no, I'm not going to do that because I actually want the opposite. For that portfolio, your portfolio, I'm actually going to make that a separate prompt. Cool. So we remove the score. It looks a little better. We still have to do that. Next question is, how can we segment this so people know it's kind of a separate specifically? Yeah, we can use glide code again. So you have reset. Make sure. usage. Nice. Okay, so. One thing we want to figure out is like the your portfolio section, right? It's kind of like an upsell section. Should we maybe make it a different color? How can we really designate the difference between the two sections? Before we do it, let's just like talk about it. Why would we segment them? You think it's advantageous? Get people to click more? Get them more interested? Psychologically. Time we wake up tomorrow, log in. Again, I just wondering, do you like Droid.ai? You know, I probably won't try it unless it's, you feel like it's really good. You know. I can peruse it, I suppose. Okay, so it did put the headlines. Let's see if it's there, but I might have to reset the AI analysis. I'll try to fix the bug too with the. Oh, let's read this. Okay, why segment visually? Exactly, yeah. Yes. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try this. Let's run a little experiment and try the subtle warmth first. I don't like that, yeah. I don't like that. Oh, yeah, it's not good. Top movers with headlines. I don't even see that one. I just discard these changes because I don't. So take a look at the font and the color of the email that we're using. Let's do the exact same thing on the homepage. I mean, this today's brief page. Let's redesign it to be this. So I'm running a little experiment to see if we can style it the same way as this and just what that would look like exactly. See if we like it better or not. If we do, we'll. It is definitely a little warmer. This is this feels much more like Substack. Hey Adele, how's it going? Cool, looks like a project was shared. Kind of interesting. Yeah, definitely. When you deploy it, just let me know. I'll check out the. Yeah. Okay, cool. It redesigned it. I think I prefer the other one. What if we just change the font though, not the color? Unless it's not finished, it might not be finished. Oh, there we go. A little better for sure, I think. I'll let it finish before I make judgments. I think it's still changing the font and everything. Yeah, it's still changing the font, so just let it finish. I think this is a little different color, right? This should have the same box. Okay, the next thing is probably gonna wait till it finishes because I don't want it to edit the same file. I guess I want to see once it finishes this extra box what that will look like here. Anyways, I guess I'll get another coffee. Oh, cool. Oh, I didn't create the box. See when it's done. Create the box, I think. So in the email, it has like a box that's lighter, kind of looks like paper. So you should do a similar thing, very similar to the email. But we're just testing this. There's a very good chance we just reverse what it did here. Not totally sure if this looks gimmicky or not. Basically, the paper should. Yeah, it should. So that box should go all the way up to today's brief, and that line should come to the end. Think of the, very similar to the email. Okay, there we go. Now the question is this good? So that paper should go all the way down, all the content should be within it. So the view full analysis should open kind of another section in there. This might be one of those things I have to look at the next day for me to realize it's not good. Sometimes you think something looks good. Can't really tell if it's like kind of gimmicky a little bit, or I don't even know how to describe it, but like it's almost like, I don't know. The view full analysis part is a little bit weird. I'll attach a screenshot. It's definitely very warm. And this kind of has the feel of like you're reading a chart in a newspaper, I guess, but... Wait, shouldn't that be the opposite? Like... Oh no, hide. Okay, yeah. Cool, yeah, that looks good. I don't see all the things though, right? Oh no, it's all here. Okay. Cool. Should probably be a slightly different color so you kind of know, hey, this is the upsold part. Definitely interesting. I think what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to put this in another branch. And we're going to compare real quick what the difference is. back and forth. So this is what it was before. This is what it is after. Which is better? That is the question. This is before. I guess we don't need a screenshot. We can just create a new tab. Anyone have any thoughts on this? Not really sure which is better. Right now I'm leaning towards this one. But maybe it's a little bit too creamy. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like a little bit too, maybe a little bit more lighter color would feel better. But I kind of like the font a little bit. It's a little warmy. Warmy is not a word, I think. Thanks, man. It's fun, so I'm actually having fun. This isn't, I'm actually not, I always kind of look forward to this, so during the day. Oh, you like the second one? Interesting. Yeah, I kind of had that feeling. I kind of have this feeling like I'm going to look at this tomorrow and be like, like it's a little too much. So I will keep it another branch for now. We tweak it a bit. Maybe somewhere in the middle between these two. Like this just kind of looks like Substack, I feel like. This one's a little harder to read though, for sure. A little harder to read. Bookstore downtown. Okay, second's better. Okay, that's good. I had a feeling. Second was better. Okay. Cool. So this is what the second looks like. Better but needs work. Yeah, I agree with that. Now, I'm not a designer. If you have any ideas for how we can kind of clean it, I think basically make the design consistent, right? This is a little bit inconsistent. So it'll require a little bit of thinking, I think. But anyways, I think I'm going to work on the part that I wanted to work on today, which should be fun, which is you highlight over any part of the website. I think it's going to be sections based. So you highlight over here, you can send to chat, or you can click and highlight and send to chat. But any term, any sort of thing that you see in your portfolio section too, you can highlight, just hover over, highlight, or do this, and then go to the chat. And that'll be kind of fun. Well, it's like an IDE for your portfolio. And news. IDE for portfolio and news. All right. So we're going to add this new feature. We're going to call it like send to chat feature. And the idea is anywhere in the website, we're going to make it so when you hover over, doesn't matter if it's a chart, doesn't matter if it's just a paragraph, you can hover over it and it will do a little warm selection around it in the background. And it's going to come up with a pop-up send to chat. And when they do that, it sends it to the research tab and it puts it in the text box. It doesn't send it immediately in case they want to put some stuff after it, like they want to ask a question about it or something. But they can also, we're going to start with just text first, like the first just text. But just know the eventual thing is we're going to highlight anything, the charts. And this should span all pages, but to start, just do the today's brief just to start. We're going to implement it there first. And yeah, I think that's it. See on the back end, is there anything? I think this is purely a front end logic, right? Yeah. Unless we want some telemetry or something. Default spreadsheet font. Yeah, we got to get a designer. I'm not really sure. I think it's not bad, but definitely, like you said, I have a feeling there's a lot of things we can do here to make it way better. I mean, it's way better than I could have built. Like, I'm not very good at visual kind of stuff. I just find it like, I'll usually make something in the past and then I look at the next day, I'm like, it sucks. I'll just like I'll never get to like a place where I'm like, this looks pretty good. I think the way you design is you think about the goals, right? The goal is that this should be very easily readable because you're reading. It's like Substack, right? So we should look at like other people, other websites. That should be a little unique, not just exactly like Substack. Slightly different. Fine. I'm just going to change the text here. Probably view full portfolio analysis, right? Definitely this style should match. Right now it doesn't. Okay, so we have some plan here. Okay, this will be interesting. This will probably take a while. I'm gonna make sure to commit everything. Just rename. So the flow of this will be highlight, could be anything. If you highlight, if you hover over this, probably the whole thing will be highlighted, but you can always do this. Send to chat, boom. And just show up here. Nicely formatted. I guess while we wait though, let's change one thing. Can you In the ask a research question area, can you fix the formatting? Because right now the text is white when you're typing, so just change it to be visible color. We could do that ourselves, but okay. And let's probably just fix the formatting here. Never do this. Actually, we could bold it. That's fine. Can you make sure on the research tab, when the input back from Gemini or whatever model has formatting, MD formatting, that we format the basic ones like bold, italic, etc. You know. I think right now you can actually delete conversation, so add that too. Can you make sure I can delete the conversation too? Make sure to add that, so wherever makes sense, maybe just something simple. Let's see. Oh my gosh, it kind of works already. That's cool. Nice. Okay, just have to format it right, but that's fun. Okay, and then we just have to tell it if I select something. Obviously the color should be changed too and everything, but and should change the where it's highlighted. I got a little trash can. I don't think we need to ask confirmation. We don't need to ask a confirmation to delete, just delete it. On the research tab, can you format it so when there's a lot of text, it should grow according to the text, so that way the user can type in. Do it in an intelligent way though, right? So like it shouldn't just grow infinitely. It should be like grows a little bit, but then it only shows the bottom part. It's a long thing. Then the typing section. Okay, and another thing, I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna probably switch this to cloud code once it finishes. The default spreadsheet font. Maybe we could just. You could hire some maybe cheap designer off Fiverr or something to just take a look at it. Try to give us some ideas too. We could also just idea it with AI a little bit too, but try to get a good understanding of what we want this to look like. Okay, cool. So just a little simple delete now. Perfect. Okay, let's try out the highlights. Cool, that didn't finish the formatting. Not. I see. So this isn't working when the user sends to chat. So you got to make sure when they send to chat, it also does that too. Wait, did it change the font while I was loading or something? Weird. I think it's because we one time said to load things that are important first. Should probably just remove that. Nice, that works. Okay, so for the send to chat feature, change the colors a bit. The style, I don't want to use blue. You kind of match the theme of the website. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna create a bunch of, so make a text document called themes, potential theme ideas. Just iterate on ideas and color schemes. We're going to use this at some point to experiment and prototype with the site. Take into account I'm gonna type in the target user doc that we made, and that's it, right? Our target user. So we'll probably go back to that tomorrow, the themes part. But so we changed the colors, the send to chat. Hey Ronald, how's it going? Making this a little it's a tool. It's a newsletter, but it also allows you to track your portfolio. It's very customizable. Gives you like insights on your portfolio based on your goals and kind of what you're looking for. So you can go into preferences and kind of say your general approach, depends on the themes you want. What sort of ideas, how do you want to express the ideas? Maybe bigger companies. And then you can fill all that. This is all optional. You don't have to fill that out, but that's for the AI analysis part. But other than that, it kind of gives you like a overview of the market and data. The idea is it's customizable. And you can also, we're working on this research tab, essentially like send a chat and then ask AI questions about stuff. Let's remove the send to chat part of the text. But yeah, that's what we're working on at the moment. And we're also trying to figure out what exactly we want this site to look. So we just generate some more ideas. Okay, so match theme of the websites. Make a file called currenttheme.txt and just fill that out too, just based on your analysis of the website. And also put some critiques of the theme as well. Also, when the user highlights a section of the website, whenever they do that, it should overwrite the current highlight, send a chat, and should be what the user just highlighted, because they might just want to like highlight a term, highlight some number or something like this. And it doesn't quite work on everything, so we want literally everything on the site you can send to the chat. Say you're in preferences and you don't know what this means or something. Some things are a little tricky though, because you can't do these ones. So the ones that you select, you can't really send to chat. Oh yeah, and another part, whenever we chat, it should send our portfolio information with the chat, so it knows kind of. We should attach the context of user for each chat. That's cool. Based on what they filled out. Maybe the way you can think about this is, yeah, I think I might stick with that idea, is that IDE for your portfolio. It's kind of cursor for your stonks. Kind of a simple way to explain it. Cool, it did change the color. The only thing is the send to chat should probably be somewhere not on top of the text. If I highlight, well, that works as well. Style's weird, but it works. Let's try it. So you're on here. Let's say you want to know what this means or something. Okay, it doesn't work everywhere. So we want to make sure it works everywhere. Okay, so two things. On the, so first of all, the send to chat is not working everywhere. We want it to work everywhere that's not a selectable piece of the site. So for example, you know, if there's like a draggable thing, obviously that we can't send to chat really. But also, is there a way we can change the color of the highlight to be the same theme as the website? So try to make this change. There's a lot of the website where like headers and things like this that don't work when we hover over it or select. So we need to fix that. Okay, and then number 2 is the chat. So on the research tab, every time a user chats, we should be sending the user's portfolio as well as their preferences that they filled out in their profile, the advanced, and basically everything we know about the user regarding their preferences and their portfolio. However, yeah, I think that's what we want. The reason I'm thinking, however, is should there be some sort of thing, like option where people can opt out of that or something? They don't want it to be. Probably, right? I'm going to read while we're waiting the critiques of our design. Maybe we can get a better idea what it should be. So where's the critiques? Here they are. Readability. Right, I agree with that. Okay. So maybe we can just plug in these critiques and fix it and see if we like it better or not. It's true. What are CTAs? True. Oh, I didn't really test earlier. I did, but let's look what this looks like on a really small screen. Wait, is it just me or is the font different? Isn't this font different? Yeah, we'll need to make that consistent. Oh, cool. It's probably still coding. That's why there's 2 of them. So when I highlight, there's now 2 send to chats. Also the sections, like the send to chat, try to put a better when I'm hovering over, it shouldn't be over the text, probably, the send to chat. Try not to cover text with the button. Okay, I'm also going to ask, make sure all the fonts are consistent, because I don't think they are. Make sure all the fonts on the page on today's brief, as well as everywhere, make sure they're consistent with each other. So we shouldn't be using a bunch of different fonts everywhere. Okay, and then I'm going to plug in unpronounced. Right, we can make a dark mode, I guess. So this would be like our color theme. Oh, what's it doing? No, stop that. I'm gonna stop. Please undo all that you just did. I'm gonna use the credit because I don't want to stash all the other changes. Ah. Somehow I thought we were on the other branch or something. Okay, cool. I think it undid it. Okay, so now when I hover over stuff, I don't see the send to chat. So make sure basically every div on the page that has text, I should be able to hover over and get a send to chat on the contents. It's a little tricky, but try to make this work. You might need to redesign a little bit the structure of the page. You know, today I might also just make the thing to make the reels. I don't think it's that hard to do. Take an hour. That'd be super cool. Like we did for the chapters. What if we do it? Oh, I think I'm gonna finish the. Nice. But it should highlight it a bit. Button's not right, but. Alright. That looks good, yeah. There we go. That should be kind of like That's annoying. Close to your mouse, right? Interesting. Where should the button be when you hover over stuff? You know what? Maybe we shouldn't do this hover thing. It's going to be weird. We should definitely do the selection thing. But it is user-friendly, and if we can get it to work nicely, makes the site very interactive. But it's about the styling, the dynamic styling of like where to put the button. What is highlighting them correctly now? Cool. As long as it highlights, we can maybe figure this out. Maybe it will work. They're all highlighting now, so that's good. So it's pretty good, right? Like in the sense that it is highlighting all the text now. But how do we come up with a solution to get the button always in a good place? Because right now when you highlight, the buttons are just randomly everywhere. What would be a good place to put it? They shouldn't have to move the cursor too far to get to the send a button. I mean send a chat. You know, maybe it's okay if it covers some text, like as long as it's close by that they can send a chat easily. Just not too much text, right? It might be kind of annoying though for some people. Like if they're just kind of like looking around and just the button keeps appearing everywhere. We'll see. We'll try it out ourselves and see. It might be. No, so right now, this is not right? So no matter whether we're hovering or selecting, the button is not really in a good place. Let's try to rethink. Let's take a drastic approach and rethink how we're doing the button positioning. Maybe we should just do a highlight send a chat thing instead of the hover. I think it might just be a little bit too much weirdness. And it might get people just annoyed. Okay. They highlight, it's more actionable. What would that? Chat. No, I don't like this. No, this is not good. So please undo that. I think what we're gonna do. Let's ideate a little bit first. Do you think this makes sense as a feature? Like, I get the highlight send to chat. I think that's cool. Should we do this hover send to chat? Could it maybe be a little annoying? How many people are using their cursor when they're reading to kind of like, you might not want the constant button appearing when they're moving their cursor around. Probably not, right? Now that I think about it. We can maybe just show how it works, like as kind of like a onboarding for the website. You know, like, hey, you can send a chat. The hover thing, I don't think we're gonna do. Let's see what it said. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna delete the hover thing and keep the. Oh, it already did it. I don't think I asked to do it. I just asked ID. Okay, let me see what it says. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, now we only need to fix the send to chat is not being placed next to the cursor. So when someone highlights, put the send to chat just right next to, or wherever makes sense, above or below, but put the send to chat right on the highlights of the text. Also remove any code that we added about, you know, highlighting text. If there's any code related to that still there, just remove that. Specifically the hover highlight. Yeah, so the positioning, we just got to make sure. How would you do that? I think it's like, so the positioning is off. Let's ideate a little bit how we can make sure the button is next to the text that you're highlighting. What are some ways to go about this, and what are the challenges? Why can't we accomplish this easily? I remember the original implementation had it right, so it's probably just something along the way. So I'm curious if it implemented it over here. Okay, it did. It works on this page pretty well. So it'll work, I imagine. The one thing I think, did we make changes to send the user context? I mean, the user context for the chat. I'll just ask this. What do you know about me? Okay, cool. We did do that. So the formatting is a little broken sometimes. So we should do a few types of different, maybe there's some library for formatting, a lot of stuff like this. So we kind of cool. So it's just this page, I think, is having a little wackiness with the... Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, so let's say we capture the mouse coordinates. But is there any way, I mean, so let's say you implement this the simplest way. Tell me how that would work. Because I don't really want it to be next to the cursor button. I want it to be near what you highlighted. May or may not be next to the cursor. You can be over here. Probably is, but I'm doing this. Maybe that, I mean, let's try it, I guess. Oh, but keyboard selections. So when I look at cursor, right, or any gravity, right, I might highlight. Granted, it's different. Yeah, let's try that. So implement that. I'm using a whisper flow. Like much faster than typing, at least for me, unless you're world class. Also, it's nice to be able to think out loud. So make it literally right on the cursor, just as a test, because right now it's pretty far away, but just to see. So I'm thinking sometimes it kind of overestimates. It's a little weird. Okay, so that's not working. So why do you think it'd be way off from where the cursor is if we're using the coordinates? Maybe this, whatever this is not accurate. So. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Not perfect, but let's move it a little bit off the cursor. So just move it a bit away from the cursor. So right now it's right on, as we said, but let's just it's a little off. And we'll fix the bug with the portfolio, the reloads. Portfolio. Weird. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that actually. Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, scrolling thing's a little weird, but definitely overall not. Hey, how's it going, Tommy? Like a newsletter. I'm calling it the ID for your portfolio, so you can put all your portfolio stats and have news related to your portfolio, AI news, and you can put in pretty advanced stuff. We have to fix that, so this should only cover certain areas. So you can add a lot of information about what kind of investor you are and themes and catalysts and time horizon. You can go through and add as much or little as you like, and your brief will be customized based on that. And it tells you how your portfolio is doing. And then you can, like, when you have a question on something you're reading, you can send a chat and talk with it. And the idea. The premium feature would be the sending to chat and talking with AI, and the AI analysis part, which is this part. You can expand and see like some ideas based on what you entered, things like this. So the send to chat should only be in certain areas. So definitely not when you're selecting your profile, and it should be in the profile page though. However, like the settings page, because people might have questions about what's there. That should be in the today's brief portfolio section, but not at the navigation bars at the top. Okay, and then let's fix the bug with the portfolio. Okay, cool, so that's no longer there. I don't like how when every time I click, it disappears and appears again. So when I highlight something and then I click, it disappears and appears. I guess as long as there's this highlighted text, the button should remain. And also on the scrolling, the button is moving. So this button should not move with the scrolling. Well, maybe it should just disappear if you start scrolling. The button should just disappear if you start scrolling. Right now, we're going to use Plaid probably to connect the portfolio. Right now, you just enter it. And then we're using Gemini 2.5 Flash to keep the cost down for now. Yeah, this is much better. So you do this, you scroll, it disappears. I don't really like that sort of thing. So it's still, when I click, like if something's highlighted and I click on it, it's still like blinking. Is there any way we can fix that? Oh, nice. That worked. Looks good. It doesn't blink. Cool. Okay, probably shouldn't say send to chat on the text box in the chat. Okay, what happens if I click? So the send to chat shouldn't be in the text box in the chat area, because you're already in the chat. I'm just testing that everything is kind of working. Cool. I think that works pretty well. There was something else I was going to do. I guess a small thing, when you leave the page, it should save what you had in the text box and the chat. So like, when someone leaves the page and they, well, maybe not actually. For now, although we can always come back. Using the free tier of Gemini Flash. I am using the API, but it's just it's quite a bit cheaper if you use the Flash. So my testing is incurring a little bit of cost, but that is okay for the moment. But actually, now that I think about it, maybe it isn't. The reason I incurred costs is because I was using the Pro, but maybe once I switched to Flash, it stopped incurring costs. I guess I didn't check that. Let's see in here. It's a little janky, just clicking around. Maybe we shouldn't put the button right next to the cursor. It's just kind of a weird feeling. Right click over here. I mean, the pro is that I can just easily click. I don't have to. I don't know yet. Let's fix the bug where like sometimes it doesn't load for a while. It should load pretty quick because the other one always does. So right now when sometimes it doesn't load the portfolio performance. So make sure, like, let's ideate a little bit, check how the portfolio page is loading and the flow of how that is working. And the and also tell me how the on that today's brief how we're loading it there. We're going to compare the two flows As if you see, this one always loads pretty nicely. And as soon as you go to the portfolio page, then it will load in. I'm gonna check my billing on Google Cloud actually, just to see if, I don't think it is Flash doing much. That's like 1/10. Oh, it's a small thing, I think. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Loading issue maybe due to the dev environment for me sometimes. Yeah. Makes sense. I don't even have a prod yet. This is just all local. So, but the difference, the reason I knew is because this page loads fine. But I think it was this small issue it found. We'll see. It kind of comes after a while, like of just loading the page over and over again. Oh, there it is again. Is there anything in the console when this happens? Oh yeah. I think this is unrelated though. I see now it loaded. Some sort of race condition or something. So in order to fix this, I think there's some sort of weird condition, because if I just keep reloading the page, it'll sometimes load in, sometimes it loads forever. So yeah, probably something to do with the use of X or something. Try to figure out what it is. See how it works. Yeah, exactly, a race condition. Last message there. This is not my song, for the record. Yeah, change it. Nothing wrong with it, but it's not mine. Okay, that sounds plausible. Okay, seems like maybe worked. Oh, nope, again. Annoying. Still no. Maybe add some logging here, so we can understand when it's finished loading. It's still probably every 10 loads, it's freezing and not loading in. Also, every time the user loads in the page, are we calling YFinance, or is it saved to some extent? Because maybe that's the issue, just like a little bit of rate limiting or something. Cross some stuff out. That's always nice. Right, we can do this next. It's gonna be pretty cool. Not really. A little boring actually. The next part. I might skip this for now because I really feel like working on that. Okay, every page load calls YFinance directly. Yeah, probably we don't want to do that. Okay, instead of doing that, can we store it? So we'll just store, for each user, we'll store their portfolio. We already do store their portfolio data, but we'll add in the details that we're getting, like, you know, Sharp ratio, performance for the day, and we'll only update that on a, you know, a cache either miss or the, you know, maybe a 5-minute update time. And, you know, once we deploy this, we wouldn't use, if this is a big thing, we wouldn't use Firestore for the caching. But, it doesn't really matter yet. I've put it in for actually, maybe should we? We maybe do this caching in yeah, let's do this differently. Let's not store it. Oh no, not that. Much simpler. Because we don't really need to know that every 5 minutes. Store it once per day or something. They can store it themselves. Cool. Thanks, man. Is this, let's see. I guess because we don't have any state. This won't work across tabs though, right? Oh, great. It did it there. That's fine, I guess. I still need to go into the portfolio, although maybe that was an intermediary problem. Let me reload a bunch of times. Because it made code changes. Is this working when there's we go to the portfolio tab as well? Or did you just set it up for the briefing? Yeah, can you do that too? Just a simple one. Maybe too much white space. Okay, cool. So we added some caching. Not really caching, but simple thing. Let's see, what are we doing next year? Oh yeah, let's figure out this question, right? They log in the middle of the day, what do we do? One question we're trying to figure out, look at our code, we're trying to figure out, if someone logs in the middle of the day, kind of, you know, how often should we update this brief, right? Like, we're probably only going to send one a day, and that's probably the end of the day, you know, work it close, but during the day, they log in like 10 a.m. What kinds of analysis should we show? It should be different based on when they're logging in. Then I think the next thing we'll do is maybe look at the design critiques, and we can figure out what we'll do. I think this will just be a plan section. We probably won't figure this out tonight, this part. Okay, I think we created a doc for the cost basis thing, so let's take a look at that. Well, let's try 3 things before we are done. Two hours roughly. Maybe test with another account. Test with a non-admin account. Relational analysis. I wonder if we can get that information from by finance, if we can actually build something that can do this. Calculate. I'm gonna double check this because like we looked at the beginning of the day and I think we did do some stuff on it, but I just want to make sure it still works. Right, and this, all right. Figure out. Okay, I think definitely one thing. Well, I think there's two kinds of things, right? There's like the end of day analysis of what has happened, and then there's the what to watch for, I guess. But I don't know if I want to do the what to watch for, because that's probably another thing later we would consider doing. I think we don't show it, right? We just don't show it. We allow them to do their real-time data stuff on their portfolio. But like we don't show it till the end of the day. So what would that even look like? Do this. Are you thinking two different types of generations? Like we do what to watch for today in the morning and that's a different type of analysis. And at the end, we do the ones we currently have. So after, 2 p.m. or something. So we have 2 different kinds. Do you think that would make sense? What do you think? Look at our target audience, what they're doing. I'm going to attach the file. So check the daily brief in the morning. Sure. So this is kind of another feature, right? I guess it makes sense to do that, but I'm not going to do it at this moment. Okay, cool. So we're not going to implement this, but we are going to make some changes on the homepage. If someone currently logs in before market close, we're not going to... We're just going to create some simple logic explaining. We're going to show them their real-time portfolio data, roughly real-time. But under it, that daily brief will be like tuned back in, something like this. And so when will it do that? Okay, but before I do that, there's another thing we need to consider. The other thing is that we want some navigation that people can look in the past and see the prior briefs, right? You need to think about how that will look as well. Another thing that we want is we want the ability of the user to be able to see prior days' briefs. And we are currently storing it, but we need some sort of navigation. Can you come up with some ideas for how this would work with our current design? I kind of want to build a little tool here. I'm going to create a new thing for a little bit. It would be very useful for me to have it, so I'm going to do it. It's going to be for ingesting. Here's the idea. I'm creating a page. So we're sidetracking a little bit because I want to build this. So AI. And people have built this before. It's not too crazy, but it's expensive. Short video generator from stream. How do you build it? Get the video transcripts with YouTube API. Then use... You need to download the video. You need to download the video using YouTube's tools to do that. Upload the video. Then library, I think it's like FFmpg or something like this. To clip, to edit video at important timestamps. You don't need to upload really, just an internal tool. So download the video. Feed video transcript to Gemini and ask it. Grab. Interesting moments. And then you do the editing. What do you call that? What do you call that? Editing videos so the face and the screen with the mobile dimensions. So it's overall simple. But I think I actually am going to do it later. Well, at least we have the idea. It doesn't take too long. Just like something like that. I can start posting short things. Oh yeah. Are you talking about this? This notes page is just for me. But yeah, I agree. In general, I'm sure there's optimizations. In some sense, what you said is interesting because maybe we could have a little tool just to. We know all the things to optimize. Just remove just the extra characters that are pointless. Not a bad use of time. Right now, I was just typing that for myself. I'll probably work on that later, that tool there. Okay, so back to this here. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Okay, so the idea here is this, right? I'll show you the page. The arrow back and forth. However, how are you going to move? Are you going to move if you want to move months back, right? Like option 1. It's cool. Okay, what's option 2? Oh, I can see that. It's like a scrollable slide. It's maybe a little tactile. I don't know if it really fits the theme, but it's cool. Drop down. That's simple. So let's say we go with option 4. How would they go far back? Like if they want to go months back, how would they do it in a nice way? The date clickable? Oh yeah. That makes a lot of sense. I like that too. Great. Okay, cool. Let's implement that. Should we put this part here? Because it'd be kind of weird if like you're scrolling and this is always the same. Because it kind of feels like if you scroll it, this should be like a reflection of what happened that day, right? So something to think about there as well. Would people really care about that though? Like, how did I perform on January 8th, 2025? You know, it's like, I don't know if that's something people would be that interested in. They'll want to know maybe like maybe certain sections. That reminds me, I do kind of want a thing here where you can like zoom in. You can go like this and zoom in on a. Oh, that's another thing. I think I might work on next. You just click and drag and zooms in on a time period. For custom date periods. I was changing the, yes. I think it's got to change it in how we're storing it too. I guess while it's running, I could do this part and ask it to add this. It's a separate area. So add that to the portfolio page. If I click and drag, I should be able to zoom in on a time period. Just on the chart. Okay, and if it's not present, it needs to say something. So I should blank everything out there. Or maybe, I don't know if I like how it looks so much, but I think maybe next previous should be over here, right? Not sure exactly. I think next previous should be positioned a little bit differently. What do you think based on the image? I'm gonna wait till it finishes though. Oh, is it playing weird songs again? Oh, it is. I'm not listening to it. I kind of got tired of the piano. Plus the headphones, you know. Seriously. Okay, it actually is adding the 404 thing going on. I'll finish that. That way you come up with some message that makes sense. We'll rethink a little bit how this will look. I think if maybe you go back, maybe it just doesn't have it, right? I mean, probably don't need to store their performance every single day. I think that's interesting. But I don't think. Okay, and I think it is also doing the zoom. So I guess I'll go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. Test both of those. That looks pretty good. Yes, some of these bright colors don't really fit the style, like the greens. So definitely something to work on there. Even got the zoom going. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. I should probably say year-to-date return rate. I want to check that out, see what that looks like. Is that 1 year or 2 years? Like 2 years, huh? How is it not updating to the chart? Okay. That looks pretty good. Yeah. I think that makes sense. Let's do that. You don't even need these words. And now you need to make sure if the date that they selected is, we don't have data for it. We need to display something that looks good. So make that check, and basically you're grabbing that information on the day for both the AI insights and the market insights. Okay, let's remove this. I'll clean up this chart page now. Finally. Can you remove the S&P benchmark thing right here? Okay, let's take a look. So on today's brief. Oh, it just turned midnight. No. Oh wait, but now I can go back, right? Is it gonna work? Almost perfect that it did that. Yes. Now the charts are. We got to make sure to save the charts per day, because right now I don't think we don't save the charts on Firestore. Okay, cool. So it added this, and it's generating this because it's a new day officially for me, maybe not for you guys. Okay, let's go ahead and fix the chart thing. So right now we just store the charts like locally. We're gonna go ahead and start storing these. We're gonna just store the images. So for each day, similar to. Can we do that? Hold on. Firestore image. We're just using Firestore just for. Not sure if we can. Never done that before. Oh, you shouldn't. I'll use cloud storage. Wait, should we do that? Probably, right? Because we need to save. We need to keep track of the charts. Someone might want to go back and look at some other stuff. And we need a place to store the charts, but we're probably just going to store the images, not the actual script and data. All right, so we're going to store some images for the charts. Right now we're not. We're just storing it locally. It's kind of like a... We're going to need to store the images, like user-specific images at some point, because we're going to allow them to generate charts in the chat. Just keep that in mind. We're also going to store images for each day. Those are just going to be for everyone, sort of. So where should we store this? Well, let's think of something, I guess, scalable in this sense. Not like too scalable. But what would be a good option for these images? Preferably Google Cloud. Probably just this cloud storage, I guess. Okay, so it's while we wait for that kind of thing, we're going to work on the portfolio page as well. This looks a little wacky. So. Okay, the next thing is when someone zooms in on the graph, it should change the total return section. That section should be total return on time period. That makes sense, right? Wait, do we even need this though? Because we have it right here, right? If I zoom in. Because why would we need it here and here? I don't even think this is right, so. Yeah, let's just remove this, because if we have it here... Oh, but this is not year-to-date change, right? Turn. Change this to your turn. Makes sense. I'll just do that. Sometimes it does that, or like it says it doesn't exist. I don't really know. It's indexing or something. Oh, I know why. It's stupid. What? Seriously? Bro, what are you talking about? Right here. Like I'm going insane. All right, enough is enough. That year-to-date change section on this portfolio page, it should be return. Also remove total return on the left side. We're just going to use this return, and that's just going to be based on the time period. Also in the returns analysis, tell them that it's year to date. Maybe we should allow them to change this based on selection, right? Should we compute all this based on selection? I guess we could. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Like, so all this stuff updates. This will always stay the same, I think. This wouldn't change. These will all change. So make it on the returns analysis. It should be based on the selection and the Sharpe ratio and everything else. Let's compute it based on the selection. Same with max drawdown, the Sortino. Yeah, just do that. It's easy for now. Cool, let's go with number one. So right now we're just storing the charts locally. Let's go ahead and store it on Firebase storage. Store the images. For now, it's not going to be stored for each user. It's just going to be stored. We're not allowing the user quite yet to make their own charts. Just the current charts that exist that are created. Cool. So it did do the things. This we need to make clear to the user, you know, that in order for this to be accurate, both of these, or for both of these to be, all three of these. Yeah, I mean, in order for all these to be accurate, you have to actually enter in where you bought it at. There's no other way to really do that. I'm gonna look up the Sharp ratio. Makes sense. Be computed on a month basis. Probably not, right? Like, wait. Also, this graph should be more zoomed in when you do the. So I'm gonna test around with the cost base a little bit. So if I enter here and I say bought it for that there. Yeah, so not quite working, right? What the heck? Why would that happen? Okay, this is taking into account cost basis now, even though I deleted it. A little buggy for sure. I did delete it, right? Oh, I get it. Okay. Yeah, that's actually right. 30. Is that right? Nah, all right. Pretty wacky. Okay, we need to kind of redesign a little bit on how we're doing cost basis stuff. I want you to simplify everything. Like cost basis, we're going to keep it very simple. You know, when they enter a purchase date, you know, we're going to assume if the user enters a purchase date, we just believe them. Hey, I purchased this at this price at this date, and we incorporate that into our to our portfolio performance. But if they don't enter it, then we should just assume, asset performance. Now the third example is if it's half and half, right? So if half of them will just be asset performance, and then the other half will be the purchase date performance, like the portfolio performance. So you can kind of put in those two categories, and then you're going to have to use those to compute all the stuff. We know the analytics is not taking into account cost basis, like the nominal performance and stuff. So you have to fix that too. Okay, we need to enable Firebase storage. I'll go do that real quick. I think we already did that, right? Oh, you have to upgrade to use the Firebase storage. It says I have to upgrade for Firebase storage. Do you know why I have to? How much will it cost to store these files? It's definitely, well, I mean, these should all be negative here. Okay. Still, I think it's making some updates to the analytics there. Yeah, let's read about this. Storage 5 gigabytes. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Gotcha. So I added some storage for our images. Okay, let's go ahead and add this. So parts, instead of stored where they are currently, we store them out here. Okay, let me take a look. I don't really like how it did that. It kind of removed all our cool statistics. Okay, that's not a bad thing, actually. It's not bad. In our current implementation, are we taking into account, are we using a cost basis for the Sharpe ratio and everything? We probably should, right? I mean, we probably should do the very similar things, right? We don't calculate all those statistics unless they enter the cost basis something. I guess the alternative is we calculate it. That's just kind of confusing, right? So how do we figure out what to do here? Hold on 1 second. Just have to refresh tokens. I'm updating my environment variable. Cool. Yeah, I think we're good. Good to go. Cool. to look at the errors there. I'm gonna keep working on the charts though. That's kind of cool. We can choose options here, and let's look at the options. How do we reconcile when people have a mix of both, right? Like if they have some with the purchase date, some don't, what do we do? Sure. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Granted, about transaction dates, like if you sell some stuff, so let's say eventually in this we have the ability for people to enter transactions. In that scenario, we would have to modify the Sharpe ratio statistic there. How should we do this? I mean, like we could provide these statistics, but should we provide it folio level 1 and a, what do you even call the difference between those two? You understand what I'm saying? See if stored in Firebase. Nice, we have some charts. Now let's refresh. Cool, that one's not a good one. But we do have charts and they're stored in Firebase, so that is good. Not very good charts. Also, the charts don't match. Oh, great. See why. Questions. Was that yesterday's questions? Yeah, period Sharpe, pure Sharpe. Period return, your return. I think, yeah, you have two separate sections, right? I mean, that's how you segment it. It makes sense. Yeah. Let's do that. Yeah, we'll have two sections, the chart period statistics and the your investment statistics. The your investment statistics will kind of be blanked out and it will explain, hey, we only show this if you actually enter all the purchase dates. Actually, not true. We'll show it on all of the ones that they have entered purchase dates, and we'll make it very clear we're only showing this on 3 positions that you enter purchase dates on. However, with the chart period, that will be not considering cost basis, right? That is just the chart period. So we'll have both of those. So separate those two concepts and put that in the UI. Okay, we have finally resolved this problem. It makes a lot of sense that that's how you would do that. Yeah, now we have to figure out why did the chart not match? It's probably related to the tweeting thing again, right? Exactly. Let's just try generating this. I wonder if it changed the logic for the tweets. Okay, so for some reason the charts that were created are different than today's. Today's December 5th, and the charts got created, I think, on yesterday's questions. It seems like when we regenerate the tweets, like make sure that these charts are definitely being created based on today's questions. I'm gonna wait till this generates just to validate that this is the problem. Yeah, for some reason the charts that are being generated aren't matching the now we're using outdated information. Oh, I think I know why. It's possible we're still relying on this. We shouldn't be using this anymore, right? Is this? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna delete both of these because, yeah, we're no longer going to use these. See, use the charts. Okay, that got it. That's why. Use the charts from yesterday, today. Makes sense. Let's go ahead and commit. Well, not commit yet. We'll wait till the... Yes, proceed. I gotta wait because it's fixing that. Okay, cool. Got it. All right, this makes a lot of sense. My brain is like, yes. We got our chart period. Because before it was like, I was just really confused. I was like, doesn't make sense. How would you even have both like the period and the purchase dates in one statistics area? Doesn't really make sense. Yeah, this makes so much more sense. Okay, so now let's go ahead and test the adding the purchase dates. So we do have one purchase date. Oh no, we didn't actually add it, so let's try. Save. Nice. I think that's right. Hold on, 200. Perfect. Let's experiment with some others. Three. That seems right. Wait, did that modify this? Because it shouldn't have. It did, right? So definitely it shouldn't have done that. So why would it have done that? For some reason, when I changed the purchase date on the cost basis, it modified the chart period statistics. So it definitely shouldn't, right? I think I maybe see what's going on. I think it's didn't do it with all of them. There's two types of charts, right? There's what your portfolio value is, and then there's like what the assets would have done given purchase them at the beginning of the time period, right? What we need to understand currently, right? So if someone enters a purchase date, you know, it's making the graph represent that they increased in portfolio value, right? But that's not what we should do. I try to evaluate how can we do this, right? What are our options? A little tricky. Let's also work on this too. So we have the charts for the last day. Let's see. It needs to make sure to generate charts for the current day. And I think it accidentally stored the charts for yesterday for today. That's part of the problem. And it's Firebase. Yes. But if they put a purchase date, you know, let's say they added December, right? Hey, yes, code. I gotta turn. Like they say they bought something in December, right? The portfolio value probably shouldn't go up because that's, you know, the chart should just assume maybe that it was cash before they bought it. What do you think? What makes sense? Like take into account the It's a little tricky. We'll get it though. I think probably spend tomorrow, like the first couple hours, just making sure we get the right idea with this chart. Granted, we won't have an ability for people to represent deposits and withdrawals then, which is part of the issue, right? So we should probably add that. They can, would that even work though? That's weird. Let's circle back to like the target user, right? And what they would want to use this for. The general problem is tracking performance across brokerages, right? So I think we actually would need to track deposits, withdrawals essentially as well, right? Sort of a requirement. What you working on, Zulu? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. That way they can add everything that they need. So I'm only going to commit the stuff related to the charts. What is this? I think we might want to have a connection of the portfolios. To entering all that stuff would be kind of a nightmare, but we could also allow them to put in their own. You can download this stuff from your brokerages, and they can just upload the data that they want, so they don't have to connect it either. Those are the two options. We should also offer just a simple one where they can just put in their own. I'll ask it to do something simple, which is just can you make sure that between all the pages, so landing page, today's brief, research, and portfolio, all the headers should be same. So right now it shifts slightly. Using APIs to find vibe coding articles. Cool. Yeah, that could be cool. Like, nice little news site. You can maybe make it also a Twitter, kind of like what I'm doing, and just tweet interesting stuff. That looks like, oh, yeah, I think it fixed the shifting research. Oh, not quite. Also, I'm going to ask it to redesign the landing page to be what, because we kind of changed what we were doing a little bit. So it kind of can give a better overview what this is. Yeah, people keep asking me about it. Cool, that sounds good. Let me stash these changes once it's done. I'm gonna put on another branch, I think. Just checking if it compiles. Sounds good. Yeah. Remember that you have to do you have to pay for the premium verification. I was stuck on that for a while to get it to work. Okay, did it fix the? Okay, it's still kind of glitching back and forth a little bit. It's all right. Okay. How is all this just small stuff here? Okay, get stash. I'm gonna see wasn't broken. Okay, cool. So this still works good. Let's see, why is it running again? Must be related to the changes that we had somehow. Let me check. Weird. Okay. Somehow a change here really mattered to the front page. Strange. Weird. A little weird because none of the changes here are on the front page. Why did stashing it change it? Oh, it must be just some temporary glitch. We have to fix that later. Interesting. Cool. So I went here, came back. Okay. So I think we still have the zoom, right? Okay, we did. Good. We still have the zoom. Let me do the themes thing. Oh no, let's do the chart thing. So right now it's accidentally loading in at yesterday's chart. So right now on the homepage, we're accidentally loading in yesterday's chart. I think in Firestore, it's stored wrong. So feel free to clear it for the images. We're going to generate, you know, based on what's currently in the data, we should have all the data we need to create the new charts on the new questions. So take a look and try to go through the flow and see what's going on wrong there. I think also, and while we wait for that too, let's just do that. We have a doc with all the theme critiques. I'm gonna try to fix it just to see how we can make it all consistent. So I've been signed out for some reason. My whisper flow. We'll figure out why. Whisper flow uses Supabase. Looks like they're down. Huh. Well, I guess we can't use the voice anymore. Is Cloudflare down though? I don't know. But anyways, whisper flow is down at least. Anyways, so we got to type. So take a look at themes. I think we have some critiques. Oh no, it's in current theme, I think. screw it. Just take a look at the current homepage. Or, oh no, actually, sorry guys, let's do something else. I want to redesign the landing page first. So redesign the landing page to be more accurate reflection of what the product is now, since we have made changes. Look at brief research and portfolio section. However, keep the same principle of not being vague and showing exactly what you can do with the product. Oh, that was slow. So slow. What is this? Or just getting stuff. Why? No. Make sure it didn't expose anything, 'cause stupid thing is dumb. Okay. No, this is dumb. Like, just no, I still can't talk. Make the clear charts point be hit by the admin tools button. Today's brief. Yes, sounds good. Okay, so it's adding this button. We're going to try it out. Clear and regen charts. Okay. Let's see if that works. Didn't. So there's some other problem here. Probably in the data itself. Because I think it's still the same charts, right? Still saving the charts. For the, I mean, maybe we could just try refreshing the whole daily analysis. I'll do it tomorrow, maybe, that part. Curious what we'll come up with for the landing page. NVIDIA GPU? No, I don't. I'm using a MacBook. Not a very good one either. Well, that's not bad. It's not the greatest for streaming, I think. I'll just look at the data. I'm gonna look at the data for why it keeps generating. It looks like it's all right. Looks like the... It looks like I'm... I wish I could talk, man. Whisper flow, no. Lay down. At least it happened at the end of the day. Okay, so it looks like it's running the previous day's scripts to generate the chart because the storage Firestore has the right script for the new questions. So take a look at the flow generating the chart. It might not be getting the right date or date. Nah, I don't really like it. I undo it. We will try again tomorrow. We're going to redesign this to better reflect what we're doing, but we want it to really highlight the selling points of it. This looks a little too too generic and a little too doesn't really sell it very well, I think. But we will do that tomorrow, and we'll probably undo a few changes here. I might let this finish just to see if. Actually, it's fine. I will probably head out now. Thanks for... oh, there's some questions, though. MS Paint, Nano Banana, Cloud. That's kind of funny. Yeah, if you have like a really good idea how you want to redesign your website. A lot of times I'm looking for ideas, but if you're someone who has a pretty solid idea for what you want the website to look like, I think that makes a lot of sense. Actually, I might write that down. Because I actually do have maybe a couple ideas for how we could design it. Draw something. Nano Banana Cloud design new landing page. Makes you a top tier dev. I don't know if you're talking about the, oh, you're talking about that workflow. Yeah. Like, I'll try it. All right, I'm just gonna exit out of this, I think. All right. Yeah, it's time. Cool. I'll see you guys. Thanks for, well, maybe I should make sure I hit the 8 hours. Break the